Good morning. Today is 18th of January 2025, and we're going to be racing today. Today, we're going to be racing at Rosehill. This is in New South Wales, Australia. This is one of the prime tracks in New South Wales. Unfortunately, every time we've tried racing here, things have been very difficult because of the weather. At least for the last maybe about 3, 4 races, we were not able to complete the racing. The racing was paused because of weather. Even today, the weather is dicey. The track reading is soft. The last finishing mile is 400 meters, approximately a little more, 410, 408, something on those lines, but it's about 400 meters. And the thing is, it's been a it's every time we tried racing here, the racing it got problematic because of the weather. Even today we have let's see, even today the weather says showery, so things might change at any point of time, but that's the track that we have to deal with today, and we'll see what we can do here. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing 5 days a week, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses with the best numbers, that's when we try and take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get a live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we stick to our picks and place our bets. But if we find that there are changes, circumstantial changes, or they're better horses, we do make changes with our picks. This is horse racing, so we need to be vigilant. We need to be making decisions that are worthy. And that's exactly what we try and do. So, without any further ado, we'll get on to the racing part of it. I've got 3 tabs opened here. The first one is where we get to see the live racing, the feed. The second one is RaceNet, where we get the odds and the scratchings, and then we have Top Sport, where we get the results. So we'll take a look at what's going on with the first race today, and the number of scratchings. 2 has been scratched, so we will scratch 12 and see what's going on. It's a 1100-meter maiden race. Alice, welcome back. Soul, my friend, long time. Thank you for being here, Soul. Oh, we are waiting for the feed. The feed will come. Let's see when the feed comes. It should come any moment. The first one, the six is the favorite. The six is definitely in the best hands. It's within the rails. It's a maiden, but there are problems as well. That it's a 10 horse race. That five has been put very strategically. Um, that 10 from gate number five has been put very strategically. This one is second from all the angles, and it's a filly. Uh, Having said that, this is a mixed sex, which always is one of the most disastrous race that one can get into. But that's what we have. This is from gate number 8. These people are absolutely disastrous on one. So are these people, but 'Look at those odds. Those are huge odds, I know. The 10 is huge. What else do we have? 6. 6 is the favorite. 1, 7. 10 is huge. Ten is huge, but it's a it's a maiden race, Soul. um, kind of uh, very disastrous thing. Kind of very disastrous thing. Also, the problem is every time we try and race here at Rosehill, it always ends up with a problem with the weather. Even today, there's a forecast that it is showery. Uh, this could rain here. This could put everything into jeopardy. It can be very cruel or very sweet. True, Shul, true, very true. I mean, I don't know, but the moment it becomes a very unstable ground, you know, it becomes very dicey. The ground has to be stable. The ground has to be stable for everything to work. A lot of slips between the cup and the lips. The ground has to be stable. The people who are doing this will have to be fair, honest racing. All utopian thing, bro. All utopian world dreams. 6 minutes to go. Where is our feed? There's our feed. All right. PC, welcome back. PC, get onto the Discord, PC. Please. Brilliant.
I saw him 2 starts ago at Randwick, and I was actually quite taken by him. I didn't see him last time out, but I was wondering if he dropped off condition-wise, given that he's had quite a few runs now.
Soul, please join the Discord, Soul.
Like an absolute professional. He's so blustery out here in the yard, and these horses are all extremely well. I thought they might get a little bit frightened and whatnot, but so far so good for them. But this was pretty Whitley.
Number 3 crossbow, Jason Collidon for Chris Waller.
Yeah, this 2-year-old colt, he's had a couple of trials by Better and Ready. His first trial settled last.
Lewis, welcome back.
Slicing through late, went behind they want. And the last time out, just kept on chasing, went second behind Anarchus. He looks a promising type, and I'm sure he'll sprint well fresh.
He's got a lot of maturing to come. He's very raw. He's very new. He actually, when he first
Geoff, welcome to the channel, Geoff.
So I think in time he'll appreciate getting out over a
Three,
little bit of
what the fish is that? Three, that's a cold.
Sanctified number 4, Tommy Berry on for Gerald Ryan and Sterling Alexia.
Two contrasting trials for him. His first trial he led throughout under a good.
That thing looks very good. The 3 looks very good.
To go on and defeat Gallo. Saw place in the Magic Millions 2-year-old classic last night, and the latest trial they chucked him in behind runners. You could see they were trying to get him to settle. In the end, he was beaten around 6.5 lengths. And
You see, you're on mute on Discord.
Spot on.
I think that's okay.
All right, welcome back, PC.
Always thanks, man.
And even now that Tommy's jumped on board, it hasn't phased him at all.
I want to see what they talk about that 10.
Reece Jones on for Rod Northam.
Do know there has been a little bit of money around for him today. He's won both his trials. The first trial was back in October at Muswellbrook, where he was doing his best work late, went on to beat Miss Ariza. And then the latest trial at Warwick Farm on the 3rd of January, he did a really good job after being sluggish out of the gates. Going quickly, pushed up along the rails and was much too strong. He does look a ready-made.
That's okay soon.
The fact that they continue to try their debut down here speaks a lot from the stable. It's got unusual markings on his leg, on his near side leg, but I think 18,000 is a great buy for this horse. He does not look out of place.
What are you going to back here, Grand?
He too is doing everything.
You know, honestly, I don't want to back anyone. That 6 is a cold, but I don't have a lot of support. This is in the best hand. It is the favorite. 6 is in the best hand. The 1 actually has some numbers and it's in beautiful position. But you look at these people, they're absolutely disastrous. The one that I actually have some hope on is this one, which is number 10, which is the next one in line from every angle. So we'll see what they talk about that 10, but it's a mixed sex PC. I have no hope. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't have any strong convictions on this one. I was sort of thinking the 10 as well. Not the 10, sorry. The second favourite, number 1.
Yeah, the one.
Good odds.
The 1 is in beautiful position. The 1 is in beautiful position, but that's the only one which is the linear. It is with handicap and it's a colt. That's the only one we have some numbers, but along with the numbers comes this area which is absolutely disastrous. These people can backfire any moment. These people, they're very reckless people. 85% down is I don't know. That doesn't look like it's a great teamwork. There's problem within that team. It'll get a place, there's no doubt. It'll get a place, but can it win is what my doubts are. 9's gray. There's something that is running away. Six is in best hands. Hands down, 6 is in best hands. That's a lot of stuff. This is a very strong line, especially looking at their stuff. But it's a colt.
Now, Shani, who was the pick of the yard, need I ask?
Need you ask? Wotan, just an absolute, just a true professional. Like I said, he looked like a 3-year-old colt out there, and he's just, I couldn't talk highly enough of him.
Mick, late mail?
Numbers here, I'll change them slightly with the likely late scratching. I'll go 6, 4, 7 and 5, putting Wotan on top. He's looked the part at the trials. He's got big wraps on him. I expect him to get the job done here and justify the short quote. 4 Sanctified. His trials have been encouraging. Was able to lead throughout to win his first Rosehill trial, defeating Gallo Nero, and just a quiet trial at his most latest. We'll put in the 7 Guinea Girl, Tycoon filly, trained by Annabelle and Rob. She won a latest trial there at Warwick Farm in good style. One big plus for her. We'll put in the 5 Flashes there. He's won both his trials for Northern, and he has been a little bit of a market mover. 6, 4, 8, 6, 4, 7 and 5.
Still haven't got Miss Fleetwood, Tim, but she will come out once they capture her. What price, Wotan?
Yeah, well, just on Miss Fleetwood. So she's currently $11 with tab.com.au, and we can't actually
You know what? She's firmed on the NOP since she's been on the loose. She's been 12 to 10 on the loose.
Don't tell punters that. I think that we're just turning off to take a bigger deduction. But we did write a bet at that $12, so she's now into $11. I'd imagine she'd probably be around about an 8% deduction. But of course, we can't scratch her until they catch her. So just be wary of that, punters. You will probably suffer a deduction here. But let's talk about this favourite, Wotan. Was even money on Wednesday when I first put the markets up. $1.80 after scratchings this morning. Did get into as short as $1.50. But just looking to take some risks with it just late here. So we're now out to 165, just matching the NOP there. We were in front of it, but just now matching there at 165. Just for the fact it's got to make a debut here on a bit of a sticky track. But it's concerning for the fact that there's very little money for much else in the race, especially all the first starters. They've all been really soft here betting the Magic Man.
That 3 looks very good. The 3 is looking very good. But there's nothing that I have on that 3 apart from the fact that it is a colt.
Now, so you see the markets update just a tick here, and I'll find that deduction for that late scratching. Just still processing in our system now, but I'll have that for you in just a tick. But 165 still your favourite, even after the deduction there, after the scratching there of Miss Fleetwood. So we're keen to take it on. So that 165 is after the scratching has been taken out. So that's overs on the NOP there, which will likely firm for that $1.65. Your second big Magic Man, now a $7.50 chance. Sanctified.
Tim, she's been doing this for 10 minutes. She is having the time of her life out there. Both clerks of the course have had a great deal of chances to catch her, and she's just too smart. Here she comes back again. She'll turn around and do it to the other clerk. And these other 2-year-olds, what effect it's having on them? Well, Shani, there doesn't seem to be having an effect at all because they're so quiet.
I think that's going to get scratched. The 8 is going to get scratched.
Even Jason Bond said to me, "You're going to roll away with your best on today," and not horse reacted badly to it. They all handled themselves so calmly. There were a couple up on their toe or whatnot, but Wotan, I mean, I was just talking to his strapper, and he said he's just like this all the time. He's just an absolute beast. Still watching Miss Fleetwood. She's
too smart.
She's far too smart.
Look at that gate.
The poor clerks will be buggered before the first race. They've got 10 races to get through.
I've been backup ponies. Later in the day, they've done their job. Tommy Sherry's quite okay. He came back holding his shoulder, so he'll get checked out by the doctor, Dr. John Saxon. In fact, he's still favouring that shoulder, I think. Wotan over there still calmly walking around with James McDonald in the saddle. Miss Fleetwood got rid of Tommy Sherry at about the 1,800 metre mark on the way to the barriers and then took off and has proved elusive ever since. Now they're trying to corral her. They almost did, but she's too good. She had 3 trials, Miss Fleetwood, a filly by Extreme Choice. What was the deduction, Tim?
Yeah, we took a nice soft deduction there, 6 cents on the $11 chance coming out. So that, I think that's pretty fair for punters. And we're 160 about the favourite Wotan, $7 the Magic Man. Sanctified had been really, really soft in betting, $6 all the way out to, I think it got to a high of $15 there less that little deduction there, but it's back into 11. So just finally seeing a little bit of support for Sanctified there as an $11 chance. Then out to Giddy Girl at 12. Splash of Steel.
PC, what's your take, PC? The 8 looks like it's got scratched. Six, 1, 4, and 10. Okay, now the 10 came up. Eight got scratched. There's no 8.
Another chance. Ran second to Gallo Nero at Randwick on December 28. He ran last night, a placing in the Magic Millions. Gallo Nero. Bell Mercy's won a gym crack. She's up and trialling. $13, and Woden on debut here. A $13 chance. And then it's West of Swindon, who ran second in the Golden Gift at $17. We've got about 4 out after the shenanigans of Miss Fleetwood. And we're around 6 or 7 minutes late.
Signs are grey.
And then Pewter Pearl. Jockey Alicia Collin is out of the.
I don't know this. The 6 in the best hand. If that works, that works. But I don't have support on 6. The 10 I like very much, but it's a filly which is between all courts.
Abdominal, chest, ribs, collarbone. But he's got a fracture of the T6 and 7. In comes Splash of Steel. Here's the first of the day.
Back early stages. He's second half of the field at the moment, the favourite, trying to improve it. Bounding out, Pewter Pearl lands in front from Sanctified, going to second. She's a diva prominent. No speed here early, marching forward the Magic Man. Then came Giddy Girl. Woden got to midfield and followed by Crossbow. Well back was Sequel and Splash of Steel. Can see them all. Slowly run a fair. 600 metres to go. Pewter Pearl controlling it. Half a length on Sanctified. 3 wide the outer was the Magic Man. Now Woden's in the 3 wide line. He's had some cover there. And he'll get his chance here. He's about to pull to the outside, followed by Giddy Girl. In the straight, Pewter Pearl held together. Let's Sanctified, the Magic Man, and Woden is now striding up on the outside. McDonald's taking him through his gears, and he looms. Big danger. Woden surges up on the outside at the furlong, and he quickly put them away. Up goes Woden, gets away from the Magic Man, and with 100 metres to go after the slow start, he recovers, and he wins in style. Woden brilliantly. 3 lengths to Magic Man. Sanctified has run third,
6.
followed by a long gap away.
6-1.
Followed by Sequel, Splash of Steel. Then came Pewter Pearl, Crossbow, and Giddy Girl.
Well, he's a blue chip colt. Woden, a $1.6 million buy as a yearling by Wootton Bassett out of Fiera Vista. Was second favourite for the Slipper. He's about to become favourite for the Golden Slipper. Any minute now, any tick of the clock, he'll be into favourite for the Slipper. Number 6, Woden with James McDonald, an arrogant James McDonald in the saddle. A huge margin to second, the Magic Man, over 4 lengths, and a similar margin back to Sanctified in third spot. They've run home in 34.14.
Soon won by walking.
65.9. What are we looking at as far as a class record? Mosso in the 60.
So that 11 did get
We
in.
had rain before the first. The soft 7 we're racing on, and he has swum through it easily, Woden. We get a wet autumn, it won't be worrying this colt. All honest to him, Mick.
Yeah, he was tremendous, wasn't he? And much like his trials, he was just a little bit sluggish away, but he was able to find it back 3 wide with cover, and you could see coming to the home corner, and he was all coiled up and ready to go. James McDonald just eased him to the outside, took a little while to press the button, but when he asked this fellow for the supreme effort, there was an immediate response, and he dashed it well clear and justified the favouritism tag. He's a very exciting colt. I can't wait to see what kind of level he gets to. Of the beaten brigade, obviously the Magic Man tried really hard in second spot. He came.
Right, that happened. That was the first one. I had no clue. We'll take a look at the scratchings for the next one. 1, 7, 8, 14, 18, 19. I'll keep the feed free. Google Translate. 6, 4, 12, 9. We'll take a look at the odds. Four, 6, 5, 12. 4, 6, 5, and 12. This is what I have. Okay. Now that 6 is in the West hands. It's in very beautiful position. The 4 is the favorite, uh, but it lacks this side of the gate. Um, this side of the rail, but um, they're tailing gates. Now the 12 is the most dangerous one here, because as a 4-year-old gelding, this thing has, if this the 9 is with the handicapping, it's probably the best fit as well. It is the best fit as well. The 5 is within the rails, but it's this linear drift. It's a huge linear drift. All right. And from the midfield. So this is in a very destroying position that is there. But is it in a winning position? Then probably not. That 9 is with the handicapping, and there is this 3 which has the highest dev. It is also the second best, but it's very far from anything else. So I don't know what will happen, but that 12 is the most interesting one in this one, which is from gate number 10. But the amount of thing that has been given to it is not adequate, but it is still an advantage. If we look at how things might play now, that 13 is the lowest linear. This essentially means that the 13 is probably the best of the lot. This is a very strong handicapping on this. It's a very strong handicapping on this. 5 is a relaxed one. 9 on the other hand, is the best in 9 on the other hand is the best in advantage. With that handicap, it's also the best fit. So honestly speaking, it is between that 6 is within the rails. This one I don't have the rails, but that 6 looks like it has a very strong advantage given this. All right, that's a very strong line, and the 6 is there. The 4 is a tailing gate. This number is not very impressive. It is basically in it's the highest larger drift. It's the highest larger drift, but there are others which are neutral horses. So this number is not quite adequate, and wherein if you see that 5 is a towering outer drift. It's a the linear one. That 5 is a huge number to deal with. So honestly speaking, I don't know what 4 will probably 4 will do. I don't know what 4 will do. 6 is in a good position with the physics and the people, and the only problem with this entire arrangement is this is a neutral horse. this is going to run neutral. And if it behaves a little weirdly, then things might just work in a very different way. So that 5 is a check. It's within the rails. I've got a very high FF on this. The 5 is there. If we want to talk about it, the 5 is kind of there. These two are the only horses that are within the rails, so there's no reason for not believing the 5 and the capability. So that will also bring in that if the 5 gets in, the 4 definitely has an opening, which it'll do. And that 12 lacks this side of the rail. So if we go with the rails, then 6 and 5, they kind of are there. All right, 4, I am not sure. Now, if that happens, 6 is from gate number 2, so there's obviously going to be a tailing on the first this one, and it also has physics, but these people, they do not have the idea of the dynamics. So 6, 4, 5, and the other one is this one, which is the linear one, 13, because that will also tail with this one, and this probably is the best horse. There's no, I mean, the top threat is probably 13. That's there. The top threat is 13. Physics is 6. So if 6 gets in, 4 gets in, and 5 gets in, 13 gets in. So that's probably how we are looking at it. But that 12 is in a very strategic position. That 12 is in a very strategic position. We'll take a look at the 12, and so I'm going to remove that 2. The checks are 5 and 13, 6 and 4, and 9 with the handicapping. So if we these two are tailing gates, 12 and 9. These two are tailing gates, 2 and 1, and these two are tailing gates. So there are 3 sets of possibilities, 3 sets of chances that might happen. One is this one. This is probably this is a threat. This is there. You cannot. I mean, whether I like it, I don't like it. Whether it is within the rails or it is not within the rails doesn't matter. But it is a threat. Winning position, I don't think so. It cannot win. The winning position probably is with 6, and if that's what it is. The physics is like that. So that's gate number 2. And the other winning position is probably this one, 5, which I have. These two are almost the same PB, but the relaxation is with 12. They're both 4-year-old gelding. They're carrying almost the same weight here and there, but here is the relaxation. That 12 is in a very lethal position. If that 12 that's again a problem with 12. That's there. 6 looks there, but 12 is there. Thirteen is fabulous. That horse is fabulous. About to jump, we missed the entire paddock. It took a long time.
Boy. Goes in. Last one up will be Princess Mary. Nearly ready. The conditions here at Rosehill. Line looks looks pretty good. Set. And they're racing. Zippo Idea knows speed. Sternwords goes back. Scopix off the inside, jumps well. Showing good speed. Tresamina's going to look for the top. That a boy dug up goes forward. So too does Swift Charm. Charlotting. Scopix probing up on the rails. Then Walls Angels. The Awesome Fred followed by Don't You Think getting back midfield one off. Then Princess Mary around runners. Sternwords one for Ian. Second to last, Meat Pie Artie, and seeing the ball is Zippo Idea. They stretch out here. Tresamina half a length on Data Boy. 4 lengths away, Swift Charm. Scopix fourth the inside. Charlotting marching forward 3 deep. Then Walls Angels, the Awesome Fred. Followed by Don't You Think, who's next between runners as they negotiate the 650. Princess Mary, Sternwords, Meat Pie Artie gets going, but 4 wide from 1 for Ian. And Zippo Idea, Tresamina trying to gallop them into the ground here. Comes around the turn, a length and a half in front. At the 375, Data Boy just laying in a bit. Behind them, Scopix, the Awesome Fred, Swift Charm running on, so's Walls Angels. And 1 for Ian's ducking and weaving. He ran into a dead end. Swift Charm headed off Tresamina, who's gone. Scopix, Walls Angel. Don't You Think, 1 for Ian later. It's Swift Charm in front, 100 metres to go. Walls Angels is trying to get to it, but Swift Charm keeps giving, and Swift Charm is going to win it. Swift Charm from Walls Angel. Third, Don't You Think. Fourth in, 1 for Ian, followed by Princess Mary. Then Scopix, Sternwords, the Awesome Fred. These leaders knocked right up. That a boy, Zippo Idea, Big Pie Artie, Charlotting, and Tresamina went too hard.
Swift Charm, Matty Owen and Brett Dodson down from Coffs Harbour. Second up today gets the money over Walls Angel and Don't You Think. Waiting for those numbers to go up and also a time. Swift Charm, Matty Owen gets a highway win, and I'm not sure how many Brett Dodson has had in his career. He's not a regular traveller for highway.
I removed that too.
There they are hitting the line. Swift Charm beating Walls Angel. Don't You Think, and fourth on the inside, just to 1 4 Ian.
2639.
Time's not up. We'll be back for the third when they're in the go.
Well, the racing at Eagle Farm today. The 10 race card is before us.
And that was a mistake. That was a mistake. But the entire field is very confusing. This we should have taken in.
2-year-old Magic Millions last night. There's your
$2-6.
Maxi. This is crazy. People are happy to
3 and 9.
at this crazy price. He's a
8 and 9.
one winner. Mick Price, Michael Kent Jr. and Jimmy Orman.
Yeah, he does look the winner though, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He trialled okay, but
So how they play the physics is a very, very... These are neutral horses, but they played physics.
Blinkers went on since the trials, and he looked a totally different horse. He was sharp. He put up a big margin. And looking at him, this Colt by Zoo Star, he's trimmed up a little bit since he won. He's got that crossover noseband.
Man.
He's been a star worker since winning at Eagle Farm. He was a $500,000 Colt by Zoo Star, and he just looks too good for the opposition.
Yes, I would have to agree there, Maxie. Let's look at North Pole now. He's by Barnon, Kelly Schweeder, Ange Jones.
The Barrier 1 is an absolute luxury. He's been green, so that's going to be a big help. He ran a nice race 2 weeks ago up Sunny Coast in the Nugget there. He ran 4 by Quietly Arrogant, a little bit green, so...
Anyway, we'll go to the next.
But he's going to be chasing a pretty good one, I feel. But I think it could be the exacta chance here with the favourite.
The Rascal Boys, the 3, Louise White and Robbie Dolan.
Yes, was okay in a recent barrier trial, but just happy to watch him today. He's a 2-year-old by Brutal.
And Destiny Summit is the 4, Madeline Wishart rides for Brian Gentle. Now, he's been gelded since we saw him last.
It was only just before Christmas. He ran 10th in the McLaughlin. The effort was okay. I think this is obviously more achievable for him, and the fact that he's experienced with 3 starts already, he might be able to pick up a minor placing.
Okay, Pride of Nashville is a 5. Barry Gill from Gympie with Sean Cormack.
Yeah, just what to watch. He's a 2-year-old by Kobayashi.
Dushenka is the 6. Stewie Kendrick, Kyle Wilson-Taylor.
By Doubtland, she's had 2 public trials. Been ridden quietly in both. The latest got home nicely to score. I think 1,200 metres is a good move for her first start.
Yeah.
And she's obviously been very well educated by Stuart Kendrick.
Idyllic Affair is the 7. Lee Friedman, Damien Thornton.
Filly by Prince Flores. Yep, Lee is here today to see how this filly goes. It's a bit hard to get a guide on that one public trial behind Down Hot Lady. She was beaten for speed, given a little bit of a dig, put back on the pit. The trial was actually okay.
And Midwest Princess here rounds them out, Stewie Kendrick and Bailey Wheeler.
Just a couple of lengths behind her stablemate, the Schenker, in a trial at the Sunny Coast. Wasn't asked to do it. Like Jimmy Orman rode, he looked after her. She did show some ability in that heat.
Oh, it's fascinating. $1.12 now for Space Rider Maxi. And I mean, the more you look at the form and the more you look at him, you can really understand it. I mean, it is, as they say, better than bank interest.
Well, that's exactly right.
That's what we're looking at when we get the short.
Yeah, well, you just got to, bank interest is,
Pretty stingy.
It is stingy, but it's pretty safe. But look, he's with the right stable, and Mick Kent Jr. has been riding in work. He said he feels lovely, feels great. So obviously no sign of any chin soreness or anything.
Yeah.
And I reckon he would have been a great hope had he got a start last night.
Yes.
If that's the case, he wins this. I think it was $1 to $1.25 this morning on tap, $1.23 to 25, but he's firmed up. Look, he should jump, lead, win. I've got North Pole in as a good exactor. If you didn't want to take the short odds about him, I think the 2 will run second, then 6 and 8.
So yes, you did. It was a complicated one. It was a very complicated one.
So I'm Space Rider as well. Let's quickly get to Tim because this is crazy kind of short, Tim.
Yeah, not been well back. 122 after scratchings this morning. Did get into as short as 110. We're now up to 115 on the 114 QOP, so keen to take it on a little bit late.
Away well, jumped in front from the Schenker. Handy also there as Idyllic Affair, but now drifting back. Rapscore Boys about 3 lengths behind the bulk of the field. There goes Space Rider now, though. Space Rider's in front, back to second, North Pole. Up into third is Destiny Summit going forward. At 4 wide on the track there. 3 wide at Pride of Nashville, followed then by Dushenka. Midwest Princess on the fence, a long way back as Idyllic Affair, and Rascal Boys a length and a half away. So North Pole narrowly second, Space Rider on the outside, third 3 wide is Destiny Summit. They're clear from Dushenka, the outside, Pride of Nashville. Midwest Princess a long way back as Idyllic Affair, Rascal Boy at the 400 metres marker. Moving up Space Rider, the inside North Pole, they're clear at the moment. Trying to weave home as Dushenka. The outside is Destiny Summit. Running home down the outside is Idyllic Affair. Space Rider looming up now is Dushenka. Dushenka's grabbed the lead. Space Rider is gone. The inside North Pole running home is Idyllic Affair, but Dushenka's in front. Dushenka's won. Second will probably go to Idyllic Affair just ahead of North Pole. And Space Rider's run 4th. Further back to Destiny Summit, Rascal Boy, Pride of Nashville, and Midwest Princess at the rear.
The Schenker, a first starter trained by Stuart Kendrick, written by Kyle Wilson-Taylor, has got up to score. A filly by Doubtland from a Churchill Downs mare. She had 2 barrier trials, latest back and finding the line, but that's been a blitz by this filly, the Schenker. He gets up to score a very easy win. Idyllic Affair running on to get that second spot. And then North Pole, who led early, and then Space Rider. I know he did a fair bit of work through the first 350 metres, but he was under pressure shortly after turning into the stride. I suppose he's a 2-year-old. They can go off the boil fairly quickly, but he just looks so good back late December, and clearly not the same horse today. So number 6 is the winner, Dushenka, having her very first start by the Group 2 winning sprinter in Doubtland. And first up, 1,200 metres, not an easy task, but I think in the 2 trials that we saw her compete in publicly, it gave us the indication that, the 1,000 would probably be a bit too short for her.
All right, yeah, that's been a real shock for favourite backers, but not so if you're on this debutant from the Stewie Kendrick stable. Bailey joins us for a chat. I get you mixed up with your brother. It is Bailey, right?
Yeah, Bailey. Yeah.
That's good. Good start, Bailey. Dashenka obviously improved dramatically from her first trial to her second trial, and you guys sort of opted to kick off at a 1200 versus 1000. Smart move.
Yeah, she's obviously improved a lot with every bit of work she's been doing. That last trial was really good behind another horse of ours that we think is pretty smart. So yeah, she was really strong late today. So I think 1200 is a good idea.
Yeah, absolutely. What were your confidence levels coming into today, given there's such a short price favourite?
Yeah, it's hard to be confident when there's $1.10 pop in the race, but you know all her work's been really good. We're confident she'd run a nice race, but it's good to overcome and beat the $1.20 favourite.
She's a well-built girl. I see she's by Doubtland out of a Churchill Downs mare, but good, strong style of a girl.
Yeah, she's matured up nicely. She's a really nice horse, and I think she'll be obviously better the older she gets and matures up. But yeah, she's started off her career in fine form.
Brilliant way to start. Enjoy the win.
Thank you.
All right, there he is, Bailey Kendrick. Great start, just super professional, pretty cruisy actually. She's got a really big head that I think she's going to grow into. She's going to be a big girl as she does mature. We'll get Kyle's thoughts, but he's giving the nod of approval, so he's pretty happy. Yeah, she's got range, she's got scope, she's got a long face, so she's got a lot of growing to do, but a great start. She was beating sub 10 lengths actually on her first trial. She was back in the ruck. Won that trial. Ernst Burn actually won that trial. She couldn't keep up. It was an 850. She's beaten 10 lengths. Stepped out in 1,000 at her next start, and she was much more on the ball, and she was a winner of that. Well done, Kyle. Super job.
Yeah, thank you. It was a super job. She trialled like that the other day at Sunny Coast, and it's great to see her bring it to race day.
Pretty cool, calm and collected lady.
Yeah, she is, isn't she? So take her a long way.
When did you start to think I'm a good hope in this?
When I came off Jimmy's back, I thought once I give her a smack, she'll fine. But yeah.
Well done.
Thank you. Just want to send my thoughts and prayers out to Beanie Pena and Blake Spriggs. Obviously had a horrific fall yesterday, and praying that they sort of pull through.
Absolutely. Well said.
Thank you.
Right, there he is, Kyle Wilson-Taylor. Yes, those jockeys, Beanie Pena, Blake, I believe in stable conditions, but obviously in a bad way. And we wish them and their families all the best. 1:11:30 near home at 35:57. Your winning number is 6, beating 7, 2 and 1. That's it for the first of 10 here today, and a boil over in the first. Let's head to a break.
5, 4, 2, 3. Okay, this is what I have. That 5 is in the best hands. All right. That 5 is in a very strong hand coming out from gate number 6. And today, this is exactly what is playing. It's this thing is very difficult to beat. I don't think that's happening today. That's where it is. The 9 is this the other one, which is the neighboring gate, and with the relaxed one. So that's there. This one is the colt, and this colt is within the rails. It's a neutral one, and this 7 is if we look at the other horses, the ones which are there. Now that 8 is a check. Why? Because it is within the rails, and that's what it is. The 8 is a check. It's from gate number 1. It's probably the second best fit in this race, and that's how it is. But that's the only one from the inner gate. All right. Everything else is from the midfield. Now this one is also the next best, which is there. And as a horse, this one, as a 3-year-old gelding, this thing has been given a lot of relaxation. If we look at the others, the 6 and the 8, this one is in a very relaxed position, and these people are also kind of suffering. This is in good hands. This is in good hands. So that 7 is there, but the winning position is definitely looking like 5. Adaman. Adaman.
And again, so there you go.
So Flame was delayed, and that's why he's not here yet.
Flame was delayed sort of 3 or 4 hours, so he thought he would get here, just kept getting pushed back, and luckily he landed in time to watch the race. That's the main thing.
Extraordinary effort. Always been a dream to work with this lady.
Yeah, and she was probably the filly in the Magic Millions last year that our whole team zeroed in on. And I probably didn't expect to be going there thinking I'd fall in love with an Ole Kirk out of a Sea Point mare and paid the sort of money that we did. But she had a phenomenal physique, and every time we saw her, she just operated perfectly. And fortunately, she's done the same in the race career so far.
Extraordinary. Well done, Jim, to you and all the team there. We'll hopefully catch up with Beyond when he arrives down here in the enclosure. But really enjoy the win.
I'm sure you'll see plenty of Bjorn the rest of the evening.
Thank you. We will look forward to it. All right, Bjorn, what does it feel like to win another Magic Million?
Amazing. Very different circumstances from the first time, but not dissimilar in a lot of ways. From day dot, she was a superstar. She drew gate 3. She had Tommy Berry on, and when unencumbered won 11 years ago, we had Nathan Berry on. He drew gate 3, and he was very much like her, strong, fast from day dot. Special. I got very emotional. I was in the taxi thinking of Nathan. We miss him a lot. So very special.
We miss him incredibly. It's impossible to look at Tommy and not think of Nathan, isn't it?
Yeah, I just saw Tommy, gave him a big hug, and yeah, he's very special, Nathan. He knew all my staff from top to the bottom. He's great with my little boy family. I say he's too nice to be a jockey. Nathan was. He's a very special person, and I think anybody that knew him misses him a lot. So, sort of racing's got a funny way of coming full circle.
You've won one with the blueberry and one with the redberry. That's good. You didn't make it to the races in time.
No, the taxi driver thought we were mad. I was with Georgia, who's heavily involved in the process of buying her, and there's so many people involved, even buying her. Jim Clark, he helps me. Alan Frogley's a crucial part of my team. He's my vet. They're both in the ownership. My breaker, Lewis Page, is in the ownership. Georgia and I are the only ones that missed out. So
we're thrilled. It just shows you they're doing a great job. They found a lovely filly by first season siren. So important to get back in Magic Millions year on year. That's the next generation. It's the start of the year. It's been such a special sale for me. And I'm lucky enough to secure a lot of good horses this year. BjornBakerRacing.com.au. Your ROI, return on investment, is phenomenal. It's so cheap you feel like you're making money.
What about your strike rate?
That's pretty good at the moment. I only think there's only one way it's going to go from here down, but it's been a really good run. We're having so much fun, and it's hard not to enjoy it. Just being involved, win, lose, or draw, so very special to be here.
Star, well done.
Everyone's invited to the Star tonight. I'm not a star, but the big party at the Star.
First up from a spell today, he did win on debut at Warwick Farm on a soft 7 track over 1100 metres going back to July of last year. He prepped up for this first up tilt with a nice trial up at the Canterbury, finishing fourth there behind. She's an A-lister. They find the 1100 a touch short. Whatever he does today, he'll improve upon it.
Absolutely, he'll improve on it. He'll continue to step out over a little bit of ground, but I remember this horse when he first debuted at Warwick Farm. He was a little bit of a handful. Fair to say that he's a lot better this time around. He matured and he did get better into his preparation, manners-wise, as he continued to race. He looks great, actually. He's come back. He's a big, strong boy. Absolutely will take benefit out of the run, but I think he's here to run well.
Ramtan number 3, Karen McAvoy and Ronnie Quinton.
She's been in really good form of late. She's won 2 out of the last 3. I've always liked this filly. She covered ground winning at Warwick Farm last start, defeating Iron Will. Generally, she races the best with her run spaced.
She was late scratching last Wednesday week at Warwick Farm due to the track downgrade, so it was lucky that the rain didn't come earlier and it was soft range for her. Last time I saw her, her manners were a lot better in the yard. She was nice and calm, and today she's absolutely switched off. She's deep into a preparation now. She hasn't lost any condition. She's still looking as well as when she stepped out one last start.
Number 4, Winchester. Tommy Berry on for Team Hawks.
And here's another one that's resuming from a spell this afternoon. Only lightly raced. He's had the 3 starts. He set up outside the lead in his latest trial there at Rosehill and wasn't overly pushed out, finishing second behind Sakita. The only victory on the CV was fresh up last preparation at Sandown on the hillside on a heavy track, so he gets a couple of ticks there.
I noticed in the runs there, he's got a really high climbing action, but he does tick that red box track form, so that's handy coming here. He's only had the 1 trial, but he certainly looks forward enough to run effectively. Haven't seen him in Sydney before, but he's a long, lean fella, and he looks really first up. I thought he might look a bit soft, but he doesn't look too bad.
Here is the favourite, number 5, Polyglot, James McDonald, riding for James Cummings.
He's very likeable. He's a progressive enough 3-year-old who is first up from a spell. Has already ticked the rain-affected track box. Aged by Lonro, most of them like the wet anyway. Looks tuned up following 2 really good trial hit-outs. The last trial in particular was quite good at Rosehill over the 900 metres. Covered ground was 4 and 5 wide throughout and joined in and put them away under a decent hold. So he looks screwed down and ready to go.
Absolutely. He's a bit of a powerhouse to look at. He's gilded, so he's a few stone lighter, and tipping it would have been quite a heavy colt. I haven't seen him in Sydney either, but he's switched on. He's ready to go. He's walking out well. He's on song. He's ready. He means business.
Porto Banis, Alicia Collin, Paul Perry.
An interesting runner. He's won his last 2 in easier grade at Newcastle and Muswellbrook. Just keeps improving. Good gate here. We'll just have to watch the betting.
He comes here on a high. No, it's a fair step up in grade. he's been putting pay to his rivals in easier grades, so perfect time to come to town when he's on a high.
Fly, Scotty, fly. Tommy Sherry on for Ryan and Alexia.
He's got plenty of speed. He's led up his last couple to Wyong and put it all together in his most recent start. That was over the 1,100 metres, holding off Firework, and everybody rides on that occasion. If he can take the next step, he'll be competitive.
I didn't see him on debut. Mick, I think you were actually there when he debuted. I am quite taken by him. It's just that big step sprinting type. He's got two Sterlings just on the side, so I'm not too sure if he's a little bit worked up or not, but it was a very dominant performance last time out. He just needs to step up and continue to do the same. There's no reason why he can't offer his parade.
Sneaky Sophia and a roper and Damien Lane.
She's a very consistent conveyance. 7 starts, 2 wins, 3 minor placings. She's got very good speed. She couldn't have done too much more up there at Port Macquarie when resuming defeating a Cutie Pie, was able to dictate turns in front and skip away. She's always shown above average ability. She did finish second to Fingers Hunter in the Wellington boot as a 2-year-old. Gets in light here after the claim.
It's been a while since I've seen her, and she's really developed into a nice filly. She's never overly big, but she's neat, she's compact, and they scratched her from the day to save her for this particular race, and she certainly doesn't look out of place.
Bengal number 9, Jay Ford and Luke Pepper.
Jeff Ford. Jeff Ford on 9. That'll never happen.
Back to his former home track, and he was always skills that presented really nice. Every time you saw him, he always sported earmuffs, and he was always nice and settled. Nothing seemed to really faze him. First up win was quite dominant, so he would have made natural improvement coming into this.
Time. Chantel, who do you like?
Holly Glott was really hard to go past him.
9. 9 is in the hand of that Joker, man.
Spot on. I'll take it by Fly. First time I've laid eyes on him, but his physical condition is quite impressive to look at.
Jeff Ford, man, the guy deserves an Oscar.
Late mail numbers here in race number 3. I'm going 2, 5, 3 and 8. Just gone looking for a little bit of value with Iron Hawk, who's had the 4 starts for a win and a minor placing. Resumes here over 1,100 metres. My gut feel is perhaps he wants a little bit further, and we should be looking for him a bit deeper into the preparation. But I just don't want to let him get under my guard. His first run in a race back at Warwick Farm earlier in the year last year, he showed a very good turn of foot on that occasion to beat Silmarillion, and looking for him to do something similar here. Polygot looks the obvious, attracted plenty of attention, got good speeds, trialled well leading in. The wet track's no issue, and J-Mac on board. I've included 3 Rantan, who's won 2 of the last 3. She did a good job winning at Warwick Farm last start, defeating Iron Will, given that she was caught off the track. And I thought 8 Sneaky Sophia might be able to run a tricky race, drawn the inside gate, gets in light, coming off a dominant win at Port Macquarie last start. 2 the value to beat 5, 3 and 8.
Polyglot, all the rage with tab.com.au customers. Around about 65% of the investment on the race is on the favourite. I put up $2.30 about it on Wednesday. You suffer a 20-cent deduction, so around about $1.84 that works out to be. It's into as short as 175 after scratchings this morning. Firmed even further into 165 at one stage today. Just now back out to $1.
There's no money on 5.
Its right price. Very easy.
There's absolutely no money on 5.
We're just protecting it a little bit this morning. Polyglot. We thought it's pretty hard to beat here. Resuming as a gelding. Its trial's been great. Ticks off the wet track box. James McDonald, nice middle draw. So we thought it was quite hard to beat. Not a favourite with that keen to take on. Big firm for Iron Hawk here. It's been the best backed runner to beat the favourite today. It's still $10 after scratchings this morning. It is now your second pick. $10 into $6 today. So it's been the one that they've backed to beat the favourite this morning. Most of that money coming after 9 a.m. this morning for your second pick, number 2, Iron Hawk. Winchester's been the really soft one in betting all the way through the week after going up as short as $4.60 on Wednesday. It was $5 this morning. It's now out to its highest price so far of $6.50.
Tim, I'll come back to you to finish that market. I've got James Cummings here to have a quick chat about Polyglot, the odds-on favourite. Back as a gelding.
Yes, he's a promising horse, but we are faced with a
decision to make at the conclusion of his last preparation. And we committed to that, and we like what we've seen so far in his prior to his return today.
I had some hope on that 9,
Swimming
but this one looks like the 9 is in the hands of J. Ford. This guy is absolutely disaster.
He's going to need to step up in Saturday company, but he's got quite interesting form lines from last preparation. Mixed it with some nice horses in Melbourne.
Yeah, in that case, if it gets between the 5 and the 2, if it gets between the 5 and the 2,
back to you, Tim.
Yeah, I think that was a pretty positive report there from James. So we remain a $1.80 chance about your favourite there, Polyglot. We spoke about Iron Hawk. It's the big firm. Winchester's been soft in betting, as has Rantan. Unlayable $6 out to 10. Sneaky Sophia has seen a little bit of specking today, 16 to 14. Maybe you like the leader from Barrier 1, although I will say in that previous race, those horses closer to the rail did seem to underperform. So maybe a watch on the inside of the track.
I'll put a queen on 5 and 2.
And Fly Scotty Fly, there was money for it this morning, 17 to as short as 12. It's just now back to a $17 chance. So your favourite, still really, really easy to lay here. 65% the investment on the race, still a $1.80 chance with tab.com.au. Polyglot is Godolphin Galloper, resuming as a go.
In they go. Well, he won in the Coolmore Blue in the first on Wadton, the new Golden Slipper favourite. Here he is in the Godolphin Blue. James McDonald on his first Saturday back in many weeks. Up comes Iron Hawk. Polyglot the favourite. Here's Luke.
To complete the line. And we'll be set to run. 170 now, so they just keep backing in Polyglot. Red light turned on. Stand by. All clear and they're racing. Perfect Dispatch showing pace off the inside. Sneaky Sophia, Winchester and Polyglot's handy. Fly Scotty Fly was next, being followed by Rantan, Iron Hawk. Bengal the next horse, and last was Puerto Banis. Winchester looking to cross. He's sliding over. And Winchester going to the first turn, leads half a length on Sneaky Sophia. Polyglot's in a great position, third. Behind those, Rantan, Fly Scotty Fly, Bengal. On the inside of Iron Hawk and 2 lengths Puerto Banis. Coming up towards the home turn, they've got 450 to run. Winchester from on the inside, Sneaky Sophia. No excuse, the favourite Polyglot. He eases out now and is about to be called upon. Then Iron Hawk, they're early in the straight and Polyglot's looming up to Winchester, who's held together. Winchester with a bit of a kick. Polyglot's now getting to him. Further back was Rantan coming through on the inside. Polyglot goes for home. 150 to go. He gets away from Winchester. Rantan the inside, but Polyglot is going to be
9.
too good.
Man, I thought J. Ford will not be able to do it.
Winchester and Bengal. Behind those Puerto Banis.
4th, still 4th.
Fly Scotty Fly and
5.
Sneaky Sophia.
A nice start as a gelding. Polyglot, James McDonald and James Cummings. McDonald with a
Yeah, I lost it. I had 5 and
get home
2.
under McDonald. Polyglot,
Can never trust a call, can you?
short price was always in the right spot. McDonald just put in there. And wins and beats Rantan and maybe Winchester in front of Bengal, although it's finished
5, 3.
fairly quickly on the outside. We'll get it on the shutter cam.
4 and
Rantan
9.
second, and Winchester third, just in front of Bengal. Too good for them. Number 5, Polyglot, Mick, on the board and on his way.
Yeah, really good performance, and the punters cheer. I think he was a lock in a lot of people's multis today. He was first up from a spell. He'd done all the right things at the trials. He came back at gelding. We got a good report from James Cummings at pre-race. And
5 was the only clear shot. There was nothing else. 3 did have a chance, but it lacked this side of the rail. 2 is the lineage of King George the IV, plus it's being ridden by that monkey. There was no money on 5, so I clubbed it. There's absolutely no money on 5. I clubbed it, but it did not work. That's sad. Anyway, we'll go to the next. This huge scratching. 1, 2, 4, 8, 9. Thirteen, 15, 17, 19, 20. $22, $24. Then runners.
Head of Lionel $5, Iverson $6, Artful Girl $5.50, Maxi.
I'm with number 9 here, a $12 chance in Celestial Fury. Note that Bailey Wheeler's carrying the club colours, the pink BRC club colours. Comes out of barrier number 2. Just felt that he had the right form to run well here, as he has his first start for Rob Heathcote. To beat 7, Al Denari, everything's spot on for him to run well today. 3 Lionel, provided he can back up that first up good run. And then Bedford Square, number 4.
Yeah, you like the favourite. He looked brilliant in the yard. He's covered in dapples. He's obviously very fit and healthy and a last start winner. I'm going to take a punt on Lionel, though. He's not the most glamorous horse, but he did look well, fit, alert, ready to rumble here today. So number 3, Lionel for me. All right, last one about to load. Here's Josh for the call.
Still Fury drawn in.
Viva, Lionel, Venturous Amalgamation. And here's Aldonari about to come up, and the field will be right to run. So red light turned on, racing immediately. Lionel came out near enough to last there. CRS and Celestial Fury both beginning well. Viva rolling through. Going forward is Vermeer out very, very wide. Adventurous is up there too, followed then by Artful Girl. Lionel's on the inside of Eldonari, and they're clear then from Iverson, Amalgamation, Bedford, Spare, and Cash and Checks. So Vermeer's in front, rolling forward, Venturous up into second. Third, the inside is CRS, Aviva fourth, Artful Girl fifth, and further back to Celestial Fury. A length and a half to Eldonari, Lionel the inside, 2.5 lengths further back in the field to Iverson. Next, the inside there is Amalgamation. A length and a half to Bedford Square, second last, and Cash and Checks on the inside. So Vermeer in front by 3 parts here, second Venturous, and third is CRS, and going forward to Artful Girl 3 wide now, passing Habiba. A length and a half to Eldonari, going forward, Celestial Fury the inside. A length and a half to Lionel, further back to Iverson, and then coming Amalgamation. Second last is further back Bedford Square, and Cash and Checks a length and a half away. Artful Girl's in front now, second the inside Adventurous, and third is Vermeer. Aviva fourth and CRS fifth on the inside. One further back to Eldonari, going forward to Bedford Square 3 wide. A length and a half Celestial Fury. Iverson, Lionel's back third last on the inside now. Amalgamation second last, and Cash and Checks are still last of all. Artful Girl down the side in front by half, and second Venturous, and third the inside Vermeer. Aviva in fourth, and further back to Bedford Square 3 wide Eldonari. CRS on the inside. Further back to Iverson, creeping forward as Cash and Checks out very, very wide. Lionel still back in the ruck at the moment. Celestial Fury, Amalgamation. Artful Girls in front up to 400. Limbing up as Sabiba down the outside. Eldonari. Iverson's right down the outside. Venturous further back, and Lionel's coming through the field, but Habiba's grabbed the lead. Artful Girl is gone. Plugging home is Eldonari. But Habiba's got a good lead at the moment. Eldonari trying hard. Habiba's going well, going like a winner. And Habiba's all too good. Habiba's won it well for First Light Racing. 2.5. Second Iverson, clutched up third. It was Eldonari, followed by Lionel, Artful Girl. And then we had further back with CRS, Amalgamation, Celestial Fury, Cash and Checks. Then we had Venturous, Bedford Square, and Vermeer's pulled up at the tail.
Well, she doesn't have a classic stride about her, Habiba, but she's been too good for the opposition today. She has a head up, the legs go everywhere, but she gets the money today. Now, Iverson was very good there. He was back, switched off, and then made a bit of a move and got to the outside. He's finished his race off strongly there over the 2,200 metres. So previously, he struggled a little bit beyond the mile, but as an older horse, that's a good performance by Iverson there. And then Aldinari, who runs his usual honest race here in races like this. And then maybe Lionel, who is one batting between horses in the straight. But this girl here, a former European galloper, has got the money at her 5th start here in Australia. Was the winner in France in a 5-horse field on a wet track prior to coming here back in November of 23, Bernie. But she's got an unusual galloping action about her, this mare by Invincible Spirit, but she can obviously stay.
Absolutely, Maxie. She certainly can. She's got great stamina. Tony Gollan joins us for a chat now. Harley Fonse?
Yeah, I think so, something like that. Yeah, she's been a bit of a head scratcher. I drew a lot of bad gates early on in the prep, and I was just getting her to go back and relax. And then I went forward here the other day on a firm track, and she just really felt the ground and didn't appreciate the way we rode her. But we just were having no luck with gates. Went a month between runs and just changed a few things up with her work and that. And I really wanted to see her come out and relax with cover today. And I just knew in the run she was going to be awfully hard to beat because she just give Ange such a sweet ride.
She got a beautiful run throughout the race. She's got a sort of an unusual action and head carriage.
Yeah, she has got unusual head carriage. You can be mistaken for thinking that she's going a bit hard just the way she carries it, but that's just her every day. That's her carriage. So I wasn't too worried. I see her obviously work all the time, but she's a really good staying mare. And like I said, we just mixed a few things around, tread gallops and track gallops just to change her routine a touch and give it a try and relax that bit better today. And once she relaxed in the run, she made light work of it.
sometimes the imports take a little working out.
Yeah, definitely. She had trashed my head there for a couple of runs, but good for the team, put a bit of faith in this first import they've sent us, and good to get a city win with her.
Big night last night for you.
It was.
No, I mean at the races, Tony.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, no, it was a great night. I think Magic Man's and the Gold Coast Jeff did a great job with an unusual Magic Man's carnival with weather and tracks, etc. But terrific night under the lights last night was fantastic.
Well done, Tony.
Thank you.
All right, I'll just let Ange weigh in and then we'll have a quick chat with her. And obviously, winning a race last night at the Magic Millions was a big thrill for Ange on her good friend Zarastro. And now she backs it up with a win here today on this little lady. And she's sort of awkward little lady to ride by the looks of things.
She is. She doesn't pull that hard, but as soon as you do touch her mouth, she just wants to put her head up, and it does make it quite awkward. Wasn't really happy when the speed was slacking, and she's not the horse you sort of want to get going without cover. But I was glad one went, and then they made quite a nice race from then on.
Yeah, Tony's saying that, she's taken a little bit of working out, but he seems to have her in the right space, fitness-wise and stamina-wise. She might be a horse that could put a couple together.
Yeah, that's right. I'm not sure what he's done differently from this race to the last start, because she definitely was a different horse out there, and she really took me by surprise.
Great job, well done.
Thank you.
All right, there she is. Winning jockey Ange Jones, Tony Gollan, partner up here with Habiba. 8 beats 2, 7 and 3, 2:16.40 a time, and home in pretty much 35 neat, and she did win quite easily. All right, that is it for the second here at Eagle Farm today. It's time to head to Graham White, and he's at Tumut.
Here's something a little bit different today. We're racing at Tumut. We've been racing here for 166 years. And the club officials were telling me they didn't even stop during the war years or COVID. They hold about 4 meetings a year. And this meeting put on Sky Central at late notice with that cancellation of Wyong today. Our first race is due to go at the rescheduled time of 2 p.m. Only the 6 runners for this Morgan's Reserve electrical plate over 1,000 metres. The one is B Diplomatic. Look, its form's nothing to write home about, but this just finds the right race today, which forfeit its most recent start there at Queanbeyan, which is a tight turning track, very similar to here. And then last time it raced here, it was actually placed. So it's pretty experienced. This one, it's had the 14 tries and some chance with the 4 kilos off. It's not too badly placed with Sinead People's claim as well. We scratched the 2, 3 and 4. Then we go to the 5 Lovely Llama. Well, Olivia Osborne, she's having a great run of success with the horses. This one's a 5-year-old mare starting up at 16.
All right, this is what I have. It's exactly the same situation like this 5 here. This is best fit, and in a very, very strong position. The 11 is the next one, so that's what it is. They're talking about this 7, which is there, but it lacks this side of the rails. I don't know how that'll work, but it is definitely a tailing gate. So that's definitely a tailing gate. If the jockey is smart, it'll just tag along. That might happen, but here is the 18, which is a 5-year-old mare, which lacks this side of the rail, but it is like the 9, this one. The only thing is this was suffering, and here it is. They probably are very new to this track. I just hope it is not being ridden by J Ford. If it's ridden by J Ford, it will not be able to get into the top 3. But if it is not ridden by any of those clowns, then this thing has the potential of putting everything upside down. But that's there, and these 2 are tailing gates. All right, 18 and 3, these 16 and 18, they're tailing gates. Coming to 9, 9 is basically with the dev. It's within the rails, but this is a gate that is a little tricky. The other support line is 23, which if we look at now, that 23 is the largest in linear. It is the largest linear, but it is not within any of the rails. This is going to be tricky, but the 5 on the other hand is in the best hands. It's within the rails and it is the largest outer drift. So the choice is between 23 and 5, to a for a you know superfactor or a trifactor and all that. So the choice is between 23 and 5, but 16 looks like it's more or less unbeatable, like this 5 here. The only way it can be, it might have a problem is if they eat it up.
Well, so about 30 seconds off start, the 5 Lovely Llama remains our favourite. As I said, Olivia Roswell's had a really good run of success with a horse. Brendan Ward, a very experienced jockey. He'll have no problems handling this track as well. He's about to get on board. Mariah Keating's in-form apprentice is about to take the other fancy runner-up. The last one for the gates. Race 1, Chairman. 1,000 the trip. Starter about to pick up the button and release them. Talinga Spare in the inside gate, gates open. They're off and racing. Lovely Llama was slow, the heavily backed favourite. And Talinga Spare was away quickly with Be Diplomatic and Witch of November's pushing forward with Our Lady Rockstar. And Cosmic Popper's going to settle in the back half of the field on the outside of Be Diplomatic. And Lovely Llama, the heavily backed favourite, last of all, settling down. And Our Lady Rockstar going fast in front. 600 to go by 2.5. The Witch of November. Then Talinga Spare, Be Diplomatic, Cosmic Poppet and Lovely Llama scrubbed along, last of all making some ground. Our Lady Rockstar, 400 to go, just leads Witch of November and Be Diplomatic, gap the Lovely Llama, then Talinga Spare. And Cosmic Poppet is the last one as they straighten up Our Lady Rockstar in front of Witch of November on the outside. Lovely Llama's made good ground. So too Talinga Spare. Further back, Be Diplomatic. Witch of November takes over. Lovely Llama in hot pursuit on the outside. It's Witch of November in front, and Witch of November takes it out from Our Lady Rockstar. Third, Lovely Llama. Fourth was Talinga Spare. Then Be Diplomatic and Cosmic Poppet, the last one home. Well, she's been able to win Witch of November and a good ride up on the spur there by young Ellen McGurk, the trainer Wayne Carroll. Only its third career start. Of the others, the 6 has gone okay there out in Lower Rockstar for its first run for the new stable. And the 5 Lovely Llama, just after a slow getaway, couldn't really get into the race. So 10, 6 and 5. And as I said, this horse trained by Wayne Carroll is one of the part owners as well, with a big syndicate of owners that have had a few horses with him before. This one by Star Stangled Banner, and after some good runs at tab meetings at Albury and Wagga, it finally gets there at Tumen and it can win again. It pays $3.50, $1.60. Our Lady Rockstar is $4. Lovely Llama, no third dividend, and Talinga's Bet. Witch of November takes out the first at Tumen. We'll head to a break on Sky Thoroughbred Central.
McDonald with a double in the first three races, Wadton in the first, Polyglot in the third. The second winner was Swift Charm for Matty Owen in the highway. We're up to the midway. Usually 24 expected, 14 scratchings. Went round at Canterbury last night. The emergency. So 10 to go around in the midway, 1,200 metres, a benchmark 70, a benchmark 72. And this mounting out for Harvey Norman, all you need in furniture, bedding, electrical and technology. We will start with number 3, Nosy Parker, Alicia Collett, Paul Perry.
I thought he ran home quite nicely from the back of the field in a midway last time out at Randwick, finishing third behind Angel Fund. Strikes his preferred wet track here, and look, I don't know. Initially, when it's going out at a big price, and he's trimmed up now with the scratchings. Not sure where he'll get to in the map, but I think he'll be fine in the line.
He's one of those horses that he always looks pretty much the same each time you see him. He doesn't jump out at you from the yard, but he's one of those settled, relaxed customers who seems to ever face him. And he is coming here, racing quite consistently, and he's got fitness on his side.
15 money for Broadway Bouncer and a rover on board for Christian Buchanan.
He gets a nice little drop in the weights here after a dominant win up there at Port Macquarie last time out in that De Gosford meeting. Strips fitter again. Probably prefer him on a firmer track, but he's racing so well.
He is racing well, and it was a really nice return for second up front from there at Port Macquarie. It was a Gosford meeting, so provincial level. He's a big boy. He's a man mountain, actually. There's a lot of him. He's a big, gross individual. So I'd say the first up run would have brought him on, and even now these had 2 runs.
He's heard number 6, Tommy Berry on for Kerry Parker.
Yeah, looks a great chance at a double-figure quote. I was trying to fit him into the numbers. First up here, he likes the wet, gets a good draw. As you say, Tommy Berry on board and has raced well here at Rosehill in the past.
Just the one official trial coming into this, but he looks quite forward. I think he's a horse that genuinely gets himself quite fit quite quickly. If he can sustain a long preparation, he's had a few preparations where he's had a huge amount of runs that he just keeps turning up looking well. So he's returned in nice style. He's got a good first up record and expect him to continue to look like this right the way through.
He was the big firmer today and during the week. Rush Hour, a runner for Ben Osman and Nathan Doyle.
He's slowly improving with the racing. It simply went too hard first up, had to use too much petrol to Wyong. That was behind Bohemia. Was beaten around 7 lengths, got very tired late. But I thought it was a pretty good effort up there at Port Macquarie last time out. Finished third behind Broadway Bouncer. You'd think he'd be ready to peak and does get a few on-pace favourites here.
He's one of those high-energy horses and he's always up on the toe. That's just him. He dances and prances about. He doesn't conserve his energy, but he's looking quite well. Went far too hard the other day, so hopefully he'll relax now that he's got a little bit of a few runs under his belt. There's no folding him, so yeah, I could definitely give him a strong push here from the yard.
Lady Extreme, Jay Ford riding for Blake Ryan.
Well, you certainly wouldn't begrudge her a win. She's had 3 starts this preparation. She's finished second on each occasion, twice at Canterbury and once at Randwick. Each time she's been right up on top of the speed. She's very consistent. With a few scratchings here, she should be able to push across and, if not lead, sit second.
She's just racing with so much confidence, isn't she? I know she's not winning, but she's so consistent.
Why don't they talk about Jay Ford, how big a moron he is? They should highlight this guy. Every money that you put on this guy, it's going down the drains.
Number 14, Jack Lloyd and John Thompson.
Well, he really caught the eye first up there at Randwick over the unsuitable 1,000 metres. Really powered to the line to finish 5th there behind Photographics. Did win second up last preparation at Canterbury at defeating Trunk on a soft track coming from well back. So I think he'll be given time to find his feet, but watch for him late.
Looks great. Really can't fault him at all. I didn't see him first up, but I'd say he would have taken a lot of natural improvement out of that run. 1,200 will certainly suit him. Now that Zach's jumped on board, he looks even better, so quite taken by him.
Now here's Shawisha, the lay of the day from the tab. Kieran McAvoy, David Payne, the trainer. I'm seeing 3:30 on the NOP. I'll be disappointed if you were 2:40, Tim.
He will probably win now. That 5 is in a lethal position, PC. That 5 is in a lethal position.
resumed off a 16-week break with a good run at Wyong, finishing second behind a Dance to the Boom. I don't think she was overly well suited on the Wyong surface that day.
We'll take a look at the 18.
She balanced up straight and was doing her best work late. She's obviously going to strip fitted today. If she can just tuck in behind the speed, I think she'll be hard to hold out with that good turn of foot we know she has.
She's certainly very progressive, and I remember seeing her on debut and thought she's going to fill out to a really nice mare. She's still on her way to filling out. She's not quite there yet. She's a big girl. There's a lot of her. She just needs to fill into that frame, like I said. But I'm quite happy with what I see here. She's got a beautiful, healthy coat on her. She's got dapples upon dapples, so she's really healthy. It looks a great race for her, and the first up run was exceptional.
Pretty tabby number 18, Molly Burke on for Jack Pilkington.
She was okay last time out there at Warwick Farm, raced on speed, and when she was getting a little bit tired over the concluding stages, she was just shortened up a touch, got squeezed up between horses, which wasn't ideal. She'll push forward again today, you would think, with no weight on her back. She'll give a sight.
Exactly. I wouldn't be surprised to see her do something today. Each rider has been better with the fitness on her side, so no knock on her. She created pretty much the same as I saw her last time out.
Florencia number 21, Jess Taylor on for Rebecca Dunn.
She probably had her best prep of her career when last in work. Resumes from a spell here. She does have a genuine liking for wet tracks, but I'd probably prefer her over a little bit further, deeper into the prep.
No official trial to go by, but she looks fairly wound up for this run. Obviously, there'll be improvement to come as she gets into the preparation. She's just fallen onto the pony, but nothing wrong with her appearance.
And Sumo Star off to the gates. Harry Davies and Gary Portelli.
Last start at Randwick, got back and just plugged on steadily to finish midfield there behind Emma beaten around 3.5 lengths. If you go off the previous run at Randwick, you could make a case for him.
16-6.
After sitting on speed, was caught 3 wide, no cover, and I thought boxed on really well behind Zoo Baby.
He's a funny big.
You have a point. Adaman, you have a point, but
So switched off. It looks an absolute heading on top. His last couple from the yard. I think they're going to run him a little bit closer today. For a big horse, he actually does have a bit of speed.
Okay, they're on their way to the gates. Oh, here's Private Harry standing over here. Well done, Nath, with the big win the other night. You've got Rush Hour here. You're happy the tracks come up softy?
Yeah, definitely brings him into the race, and sort of down the weights as well. He's not an overly big horse, you know. He had to sort of lump 60 kilos there last start. He's probably a horse better off up in grade down the weights with him, but the conditions suit. You roll forward, doesn't have too much speed in the race, and it is probably D-Day for him. He really needs to step up today because he gets everything to suit.
Good luck. Thank you. Thanks, Nate. Nathan Doyle there with Rush Hour. Has got everything to suit, he says. Shani, who do you like?
I am with Shahisha. I just think she's a progressive horse in the race. I haven't seen her this time around. First time I've seen her actually since last preparation, but she's well on her way to becoming a really nice, big, strong mare. Rush Hour looked really good, as did Sumo Star right down the bottom, the big lazy customer he is, but he presented the TikTok order. We'll say Zoo Ripper, loved him as well.
3, 14 and 11, the late male numbers here. Pretty keen on Shahisha. She's only lightly raced. David Payne puts the polish on her, and she's the one on the upward spiral, and I think she'll be very hard to beat here second up off a really good run in the Gosford Guineas there at Wyong when finishing second behind Dance to the Boom. Putting the 3, Nosy Parker. I thought he was the one that was over the odds when markets first come out. Obviously, this race has been decimated by scratchings. I think he'll appreciate a wet track, and he has raced well here at Rosehill in the past. 14, Zoo Ripper got back and hit the line well there at Randwick when finishing 5th to Photographic over 1,000 metres in a benchmark 64. Rises to 1,200 metres today, which I think is definitely in his favour, and it does come down 5 kilos in the weights, as we touched on just before. Did win second up last preparation at Canterbury, so gets another tick there. And 11, Lady Extreme, been knocking on the door all preparation. Finished second in all 3 runs. So she'll push forward and be in it for a long way. 16 a special to beat 3, 14 and 11.
Keen to take on Mick and a lot of punters out there with the tab lay of the day, number 16, Shohisha. But we thought it was just way too short this morning. After scratchings, it was a 5 to 4 chance, $2.25. We pushed all day long, and top odds at tab.com.au, and we continue to be so. Now a $3.40 chance at tab.com.au on a $3.30 MOP. So best price anywhere in the country about this favourite. We just think that it's been priced a little bit too much on potential, and what it's actually done in its career to date. So, look, she may well win. And she's going to have a good career in front of her, but we just think she's too short today. So we're keen to take her on. Topoddstrap.com.au. Big firm today for Rush Hour. This one caught me by surprise. As much as $26 bet on Wednesday. Less deductions, but $12 was still there this morning. 12 into 5 today for Rush Hour. Albeit he will do well.
John!
Today. Macquarie last time out. So look, we're against him as well. Lady Extreme, a horse we like, is a firm today. $6 into $5. She's rock solid at the top of betting. She'll push forward as well. Zoo Ripper, another one we like.
That is in a very, very nice position, John. That 11 is in very nice position.
$12 chance here today. And we're out to Broadway Bouncer.
But it's a moron jockey that you have. It's a moron jockey.
A little bit soft today. Out from $12 this morning, but there were some bets for it earlier in the week. Broadway Bouncer. So, look, great betting race this. Shahisha really the only one we're laying. We've only got one loser. Around about 45% of the investment on the race for the favourite. Still $3.40. Tab.com.au on that $3.30 NOP. Tab.com.au. Lay of the day.
This is the midway, race 4. Let's get up to Luke Marlow.
Shahisha, Lady Extreme, Rush Hour and Sumo Star to come forward, and they'll be just about set. $3.40 Shahisha, $5 about numbers 7 Rush Hour and 11 Lady Extreme, and number 14 next best. That's Zoo Ripper. In comes Sumo Star, and they're ready midway. Set in Rosehill. They're off now, and Shahisha actually jumped quite well. She's going to hold a fairly forward position here. Rush Hour away nicely. The outside Sumo Star is tracking forward and also handy as they get going and settle into stride is Lady Extreme. Shahisha fourth, settling down from Herb Inferentia, Pretty Tarby, Broadway Bouncer. Getting back at that stage of the race was Zoo Ripper and Nosy Parker can see them all. Sumo Star finds the top, leads Rush Hour. Shahisha travelling boldly, third and fourth, the outside of Herb. Lady Extreme, No Luck, 3 wide, followed by Broadway Bouncer. Next in the run, Pretty Tarby, Inferentia, Zoo Ripper and Nosy Parker. They're coming up to the turn. 425 metres to go. Sumo Star trying to quicken up here. He leads Rush Hour. Shahisha's about to ease to the outside. Then came Lady Extreme. Nothing else really with us at the moment. Rush Hour 250 to go's hit the front, but Shahisha is being cuddled by McAvoy. He's about to let her loose on the outside. Lady Extreme hanging tough, but Shahisha goes for home, and she gets away from them with 100 metres to run. Lady Extreme to second, but great ride McAvoy. He put her in the race, and Shahisha did the rest. Wins it a length and a half. Lady Extreme, then Rush Hour, followed by Pretty Tarby, Inferentia, Sumo Star, Broadway Bouncer, Zoo Ripper, then Herb and Nosy Parker.
16, 11, 7 and 18.
David Payne out of the listed Gosford Guineas, placing behind Dance to the Boom, arrives here in midway class. Sprints and races away to beat Lady Extreme. And third home will be Rush Hour, who wanted to lay in badly in the...
No, 16 did not look like 16 was in a beatable situation. 11 was there. 11 and 18 both were there. The one actually that fouled was this one, and the 7 just tagged along. And that 7 we had 16, 11, 18. I just went with the best guys. They kind of fouled, but 16, 11 and 1611 was definitely there, but that's Jay Ford. I couldn't trust that guy. And then 18 was there. Out of 5 and 7, 5 was within the rails. 16, 11, 18, 7. So this is something that we picked up from Randwick, Kensington the other day. This should uh this should give us the super factors. Um, we'll see. We picked this thing up from the footprints on Kensington, the last race that we did at Randwick. Well, we'll see. William, Rosehill live. You have to have a platform, William. You have to have a platform. Two and four scratched. There's a suggestion from PC. You can check this thing out. Racing NSW.
Ability, if he came out and win it, wouldn't surprise at all.
Kachina is the A, Jack Duncan, Courtney Bellamy.
We've just been battling a little bit in town, but a couple of things. The 3 kilo claim for Courtney and the blinkers again. Got a bit of speed too.
What about all stashed up here? Jennifer Fraser, Vlad Jurek.
Seem to think that he's has a real penchant for the epi track. He's won 5 races, won 4 there. She's also won one at Dalby, so happy just to watch her today.
Here's your favourite, Femme Fatale, Kelly Sweetum, CJ Graham.
Looks perfect for her. 1,000 metres, good draw, where she's not going to do any work at all. And I think they'll ride a similar to the last time, Bernie, where she let a bit of the speed go. She controlled and she finished really well. I think the sequence in this should want to be on her. So it all looks good, although she does rise 4.5 kilos on that good second placing last time.
Cricket's Chirping is a last start winner. Chris Lee's Andrew Mellion.
An interesting name. Yes, that was in a benchmark 62 at the Gold Coast. Mine Stellar Lady. Drew the good gate that day. Been drawing well. This is tougher from an awkward barrier.
Natalie McCall trains 14 and Vinovich with Nikita Berriman.
The win strike rate not flash, just 3 from 27, so more a place chance.
An untouchable legend already on the track, Peter Roble and Bailey Wheeler.
There's a nibble, only a Class 1 winner first up when leading there at the Sunshine Coast, but there is a little bit of a tip for untouchable legend.
Rightio, some wild weather is about to approach us here.
Yeah, it feels that way, doesn't it?
Wind.
Back up on the bomb.
Backed up on the bomb. Yes, Chris, our course manager, or 2RC, has told me it is going to hit us.
Coming up to the Gold Coast.
Yes.
All right. So I'm with Outway. There's been good market support for her. I think she'll give them something to catch here. Number 1 over her favourite trip. Femme Fatale, everything looks absolutely spot on for her to win today. Caribbean King because of his good 1,000-metre record, and then Third So Good. But noticeably, this mare down the bottom, a relative newcomer to Peter Roble Stables, Untouchable Legend has been back. Drawn 1 with a bit of weight relief for Bailey Wheeler.
Yeah, she looked beautiful as well. But I'm with you, Maxie. I'm with Outweighed. A great parade. Second up into this race. Just needs a little bit of luck from that gate. All right, here is Josh for the call.
So stand by for the third, and the light turned on. All in. Favourite drawn in, Femme Fatale. Racing, building out there was Untouchable Legend. Femme Fatale and Cat Chin are both away well. Blue Spinell is right up there. High Bar going forward. Trapped down outweighed and pressing on. Likewise, Cricket's chirping, drifting back down Blue Spinell. Improving there is Invinovich. Untouchable Legend the inside. A long way back is all stashed up. But say good. They're clear from further back. Caribbean King and Riffle on the inside. So Cat Chin adjusting front. Second there is outweighed out to 450. Third is going to swing around the home turn. High Bar, wider out. Cricket's chirping. Femme Fatale looking for the way clear. And further back to Invinovich and running home down the outside is Blue Spinell. Across the track it's outweighed. High Bar. The inside Cat Chinner. Blue Spinell is running home. High Bar also living up Blue Spinell. Here's Hurts So Good coming strongly down the outside. High Bar out wide. Hurts So Good. Hurts So Good. Hurts So Good is edged away to win by a long neck to High Bar. Blue Spinell. All stashed up was Good laid out. Wade and Vinovich and Riddle. Caribbean King, Femme Fatale, Untouchable Legend, Cat Chinner. And last in was Cricket's chirping.
It's So Good, written by Jimmy Orman, trained by Tony Gollan, $922.90. High Bar was nice and handy, runs well, $3.30. And then Blue Spinell down a bit in grade today, gets third for Emily Lang. And there was an eye catcher, all stashed up the grade. Has finished her race off very strong, so she might be one that could pay to follow. But Jimmy Orman riding Hurt So Good. He's developing a good record now, this fellow. 13 starts, 5 wins. And since coming to Tony Gollan's stables, he's really got his act together, consistent form, putting together 3 on the trot last prep. And anybody that watched his trial the other day might have had something on him. He just drew poorly originally, 17 at the gate, but came into gate number 11. But he's been able to finish strongly, Bernie, right down the outside. They were stretched right across the track. Katchener had led and outweighed, eventually took the lead, and then High Bar in the middle in the red and white colours. Blue Spinell on the outside, but the horse on the extreme outside gets up. Hurts So Good.
Yeah, he does, Maxie. He's just so great, fresh. Tony Gollan joins me for a chat now. Is it going to be the Tony Gollan show here today?
Oh, no, we've got a lot of good chances in, so I'm hopeful. But he's a nice horse for this time of the year going forward. He's a good off-season horse, and as this summer carnival was winding down, horses like him will start to come through. And I didn't mind him in 1,000 today. He was always going to go back off the draw and just let the race unfold. And I was hoping there might be a touch more speed in it, but he's able to sneak up on him pretty good into the straight. And when he wasn't far off Blue Spinell on straightening, I knew he was going to be right in the finish.
We saw him win 3 races in a row last preparation. Do you think he's improved off that prep?
Absolutely. It's his first time with our stable last prep, and took a little bit of working him out, etc., etc. And got a really good handle on him now. He's probably got a good handle on us as well. He's just been straight into the program this time around. So he's a really nice horse, and certainly won't be the last time you see him here on a Saturday this prep.
Funny, he's an outright sprinter, isn't he? Being a so you think?
Oh, absolutely. Like 1,200 pulls him up. Yeah, 1,000, 1,200 is ideal for him, and Jimmy knows him so well, rides him so well.
Well done, Tone.
Thank you.
All right, let's have a chat to winning jockey Jimmy Orman now. Bang, 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 back in the box. Well done.
You know, it's good. Make up for the first race. Thought I was on a moral there, but it's no morals in racing, obviously. This fella was really good. We got a nice run from a tricky gate. We weren't worried if we were going to be 3 deep because we were looking at form. I also wanted to have a couple behind me if possible, and it worked out that way. With 61.5, you don't want to be making a massive run on him, but Tony's going really well, and he was too good for him.
He's got good desire to win. He knows what the job's all about, doesn't he?
Yeah, for sure, and he goes good, fresh. Good bunch of owners, so good to get a winner for them.
Well done.
Thanks, Ben.
All right, there he is, Jimmy Orman. 4 Hurts So Good. What a great song that was as well. 4, 7, 3 and 9. I'm in 33.63 and a total of 57.67 as I feel the first drops of this storm upon us. All right, that's it for the third here at Eagle Farm. I'm assuming we're back to Tumen.
Race 2 is the Franklin Butchery handicap over 1,400 metres. The 2 and 3 are right in the market here, Jemima Gal and also the Cuban. We start off the parade for this Class 1 with City Rock, trained by Jeff Crothers. Draws the inside, which, as I said earlier, is very crucially. The informed jockey and Pierre Beauvilla will ride this galloper. I didn't think it was the worst here, despite being well beaten last up. A previous run here at June was quite good running second. That was good enough to show up here to 2. is Jemima Girl. Very, very hard to beat off its recent efforts in better class races. Its latest effort was only beaten a couple of lengths there at Wodonga. Run prior to that was really good behind Under the Hat at Corowa in a much stronger race than what it faces today. So I have it on top. Horse number 3, the Cuban. Well, it's been here before and delivered a pretty good effort there. It's been able to win at Gundy Guy as well in recent starts. Took a while to break through, but finally got there last time out and will take a bit of benefit out of that Dean McCarthy gallop. It draws wide today, but over the 1400 metres, they'll no doubt will be pushing forward and trying to get into a prominent position. The 4 is on Gary. I thought it was a little bit plain last start. Race without recover when well beaten by Miss Beautiful there at Wagga, but previous run was okay behind Two Total. Actually liked it last time out, but it couldn't deliver there last time out. Deserves another chance, and from a suitable draw with the claiming apprentice Sarah McDonough on board, some hope. Number 5 is Dan Jewell again for John Rolfe. Just won the 1 from 36, safely beaten last start there at Albury, and would have to improve a lot off that. The 6 is Memorialised. This one for Gary Rolfe. So the Rolfe's well represented here today. This 8-year-old's only won the 1 from 19. Well beaten last start at Nowra. Would have to improve a lot off its most recent performance. The 7 is a Rowdy Shebang, trained by Ashley Smith, who always gets a winner at 2 of these type of meetings. Well beaten in recent starts as well, so hard to see it troubling any of these, but looks quite well in the parade. The 8 is Skishy for Darryl Rolfe. So the brothers have all got a horse in here, John, Gary and Darryl. It's 5-year-old mare, just the one went from 27. Wasn't too bad last start, only being 4.5 behind Urjuwan, who's won several races. So I'm prior to that, was close up at Gundy Guy, a single sort of track to Tumen. So not the worst as well. And the last one is Wild Feather. Well, last time the Tumen was actually able to break through for its maiden win at start number 6. Has had one start since there and was okay behind Lord Finland and Big Oil Collins, trained by Michael Travis, Brendan Ward to ride. I like Jemima Girl. I think she's drawn nicely. The claiming apprentice Amy O'Driscoll should hunt it straight to the front. So I've got its way from the Cuban. Winning form's good form, and it's got that on its side, but draws out wide. The 4 on Barry can hit back after a little bit disappointing last start, but had excuses. I will throw in the 1 in City Rock. So 2, 3, 4 and 1. These horses have arrived around at the barriers, 4 minutes off its start. Jemima Girl is our favourite. Only just so, not too much ahead of the Cuban. Rombar is in the market as well. There's one up on the screen, 2, 3, 4, 1. I really think it's a 4 can take the prize here. Our first race, of course, was 1 in good style by Which of November for Ella McGurk and Wayne Carroll. 2, 3, 4 and 1 for mine, and the 2 is the favourite.
Yes, just holding on to favouritism here, Gajima Gal. Not as much action in the second as we saw in the first with the well-backed runner, Lovely Llama, which missed the start and didn't really get into the race there. But in the second, Gajima Gal, currently $2.90 with Tab.com. It was a small firm today, 3 into $2.90. It did go up quite short yesterday at $2.25. So it's a drift overall, and just your most popular runner in betting. Orimbari is your second pick at $3.40. It's a small firm today, $3.90 into $3.40. So it's seeing some good support. The Cuban has been relatively friendless, $2.90 out to $3.90. And the way the betting's going, it looks like it'll probably start even longer than that, the Cuban. So it's the drift. Big firm has been for number 1, City Rock. As much as $18 bet about it yesterday. No deductions taken. It was into $8.50 this morning, and it's now a $4.80 chance. So really big go for it. $18 into $4.80. City Rock draws barrier 1. No doubt that'll be an advantage around Tumut, especially the way we saw the first race. Then we're out to the double figures chances. Rowdy Shebang, a $19 chance, and no real interest in the ones at longer odds, $31 or longer about the others. So Kajima Gal still holding on to favouritism here, $2.90, but they're backing a few to beat it. William Barry confirmed today, $3.90 and $3.40. And that big money we saw for City Rock, $18 to $4.80 City Rock rate.
Yeah, big advantage drawing the inside here, as you mentioned there, Tim. This saw City Rock with the informed Pierre Village is having a great run of success. Another winner yesterday at Maria, and everyone have no doubt been put up with that news about the 2 fallen jockeys yesterday, Blake Spriggs and also Benny Pena as well, and they're certainly in everyone's thoughts. for a recovery as well, as they recover from that terrible incident yesterday, which saw the last 2 races called off. Minute 45 off the start. James Tate's with the cube in the last start winner. I think Jemima Gal might come out on top. I just think it's got the right recent form, a good draw, very crucial here. It's got the Claiming Apprentice on. She likes to go forward on some of these horses, 56 kilos, where the other one's just got a little bit more weight. So shouldn't be too far away. The 6 about to load up, which is Memorialised. And here's to see the 3 brothers with a runner here, John Rolfe, represented by his horse, D'Angelo, Memorialised for Gary Rolfe, and Skishishi for Darryl Rolfe. So you wouldn't see that too often for sure. Barry about to go up there, of course, for Craig Weeding, who's had a great run of success. He's won a lot of recent country cups. Sarah McDonald will ride this run. Horse and Dan Gill for John Rolfe, and Sinead Pebbles, who claims the 4 kilos. She's about to take this runner up as well. Just under a minute off the start, the 2 Jemima Girl remains our favourite. Good steady stream of money here. Good crowd on track for this meeting as well. If you've never been to Doomben before, this 1400 metre start, they sort of continue turning all the way. It's just a really tight turning track with a very, very short straight as well. But a lot of history at this club. Beautiful part of the world, and right on the Doomben River here as well. So we've got about 3 or 4 to load up, including one of our favourite runners here, the Doomben, who has just got into favouritism now into 3:30. Here's James for race 2.
One died at 200.
Franklin Butchery, Class 1 handicap, race 2, Doomben, over 1400 metres, about to get underway. The Cuban coming up to the outside gate. City Rock at the inside stalls had very good support, standing up well. Race 2 about to get underway. Starter has the button in hand. The red light blinks away. The racing, the Cuban missed the start by about 3 lengths. And away quickly was Memorialised. City Rock's going fast early on. And they're followed by Oyen Bari and Shikishi. And Rowdy Shebang's pushing forward out deep on the track from Wild Feather. Gajima Gal, the favourite's going to settle beyond midfield. 2 next to Dan Gill. And a length and a half to the Cuban last of all after missing the kick. And he's going to settle about 10 off the lead. 1,000 to go. Oyen Bari has the lead from Shikishi. And they're followed by Memorialised, the inside. And City Rock's running about 5th. And up in that leading division, running 3rd is Rowdy Shebangas. They could be 800 behind them. A length and a half, Wild Feather on the outside of Gajima Gal. The Cuban has made some ground. He's starting to run out deep, and Dan Gill's the last one. And they've got around 600 metres to go. Oyen Bari going nicely in front. Leads Rowdy Shebang and Shikishi. Here come the runs from City Rock and the Cuban out very deep from Memorialised. Gajima Gal makes ground in the centre. From Wild Feather and Dan Gill's the last one. They've got 350 to go, and Bari in front of Shikishi. City Rock puts in a claim out deep on the track, and Gajima Gal's working into it well. The Cubans a fair way off the pace as they straighten up Oyen Bari with a nice lead, a length and a half in front of Gajima Gal. Then Shikishi, City Rock down the outside. Oyen Bari in front. Gajima Gal, the favourite, coming hard on the outside. Oyen Bari and Gajima Gal. Oyen Bari won it from Gajima Gal. Dan Gill 3rd. And then came City Rock, Memorialised, Shikishi. Rowdy Shebang, the Cuban, had no luck after missing the kick. And the last one home was Wild Feather.
It's hard to beat Craig Weeding when he brings horses around all these type of meetings. And this one on Barry, that's its 2nd win, this 4-year-old mare by Minari. Sarah McDonough, the winning jockey, the Claiming Apprentice, and it's paid $4. Nice effort. Had a good run in transit. Jemima Girl had every possible chance, our favourite runner, just couldn't quite get there at $1.10. And Dan Gill, one of our outsiders, at $7.50. And City Rock's been able to run 4. So good effort there. This galloper raced by Kirkup Racing. Ben Kirkup, of course, has a number of horses and a lot of other owners as well. Well done to them. Won early in his career. Might have won actually its 1st or 2nd start earlier on when it was given a nice run in transit. Today had a really good run as well. A pat down the neck from Sarah McDonough as our winner starts to make its way back on Barry. As I said, 2nd career, it built up a pretty good record so far. 2 wins and 3 places from 11 starts, and takes its earnings up to about $40,000. $4, our winner, $1.70. Jemima Gal, $1.10, and Dan Gill, $7.50. Race 3 here at Doomben. Now, revised time for this race is at 3:10. 3:10 for our 3rd race here at Doomben. We're going to take a break on Sky Thoroughbred Central.
All right, this is what I have. That one is the only one which is within the rails with a very high dev and the lowest linear. That one is the favorite. Okay. If we look at the handicapping, that's with 5, and then it is 1. That's a neutral horse. But here is the problem. The problem is this 11. This 11 has a lot of advantage in this one. I've gone with the 3 because this is a tailing gate with this one. But they also come within the CNF. So I've gone with that, but that 11 is a lethal one in this one. That's the highest linear. That's the highest linear, and this is the highest outer drift. That's the highest linear, and that's the highest outer drift. This one is a 4-year-old mare, and this one is a 6-year-old gelding. They both have same amount of advantage in this one. They have the same amount of advantage, but 11 is still in a better position. 11 is still in a better position, but that's a is it in a winning position? It might just kill everything else that is happening, the 5, the 1, and all that. It might just kill everything and get there. That's this is a 4-year-old mare in a position which is a a very deadly position. But this thing, if we look at the gate support on this one, 8, we'll go with either 7, which is here. It's a good one. There's no doubt it's a good one, and the other one is 7, which is also a good one. This probably is suffering. This is a little less suffering, but that's how things are. But that 1 is the favorite. It is the linear lowest linear with the dev within the rails. The 5 is also there, but that 11 is a check. 9 win Rosehill. 9, where is that 9? Yeah, that 9. It's also a neutral one. It's also a neutral one.
Better and better. He's got a really rich, healthy coat on him now, so it's going to take a fair bit of beating.
Number 3 is for Phil Ben Osmond, riding for Chris Lees.
It was good to see him find some nice form to Weil last week when finishing 3rd there behind Bullets High. Was only beaten a slender margin in a 3-way go there. Gets in nicely here after Ben Osmond's claim. He seems to be heading in the right direction.
I thought his run was outstanding last week, and he was only narrowly beaten on that occasion. He was a hot mess in the yard. He just absolutely melted away. I'm thinking that may just be him because he's a little bit warm around the shoulder area and whatnot, but he's very relaxed. He was relaxed the other day. It was just he felt the humidity there. It's a lot cooler here today. He seems bright in himself, which is always positive. I guess the unknown for him is the wet track here today, but I'm expecting him to run well. He was 70 to 1 the other day, and he almost got the job done.
Yeah, ring well with big odds. Tijanus, number 5. James McDonald riding for Chris Waller.
Only the 2 wins from 15 career starts, along with 5 minor placings, but he just doesn't know how to run a bad race. His most recent effort finished 4th behind Gilded Water, beaten around 5.5 lengths. In this smallish field here today, there doesn't look to be a lot of pace. I wouldn't be surprised if they rolled forward with him. He can sit prominent.
Yeah, been in a gap between runs that month with that tick over trial just to keep his fitness up to the mark. And To be honest, his condition hasn't changed. He's been looking much the same right through the campaign. He's deep into his preparation, but he's still holding nice enough condition.
Bakerloo, number 6, Zach Waddick on for Paul Perry.
Yeah, this is her first go at this kind of trip. I thought she did a good job at Randwick last time out behind Unlimited. She stood them a decent head start. She closed off well to finish 5th, beaten around 2 lengths. She steps out to the 2,400 metres today. Who knows? She might run it out, and if she does, I think she's over the odds.
She's a lovely mare. She's always been one that presents beautifully each and every time you see her. First time over the 2,400, but I think it might be a trip that she may have been crying out for. So nothing wrong with her fitness. Her appearance. She's got fitness on her side. Right time to try this trip.
Lenape Vibe, number 7, Karen McAvoy and Chris Waller.
Going back through his replays, it certainly does appear as if he races much better when he can get his toe into the ground. Was a winner at Rosehill going back to the 7th of December over the 1,800 metres on a heavy 10 track. Wasn't disgracing his most recent run either behind the Limited, was only beaten around 2 lengths after racing a touch can.
He peaked here third up when he got the job done on that heavy track, and then maybe genuine excuses for him last time out. He'll really appreciate the give in the ground again. I will say I think he's by far the best he's looked. Even when he peaked, he still didn't look 100%, but he looks outstanding these days. So he probably preferred a little bit more running. He can get that. It's not to say he can't run well.
California Grass, number 8, Reece Jones and John Thompson.
Was a Warwick Farm winner, 2-back, defeating Tijanus, and then I thought was entitled to find the line a little bit better last time out at Randwick behind Gilded Water, went beaten around 9 lengths. Has had 7 goes on soft tracks for 3 wins.
She's a happy little mare, actually, and she can get a little bit warm. You can see the sweat up under the back of the tail and under the saddle block. That's just her. But nothing wrong with her at all.
Impunity, number 9, Zach Lloyd and John Thompson.
It would appear he's just growing in confidence. He did a good job to win a class 1 at Hawkesbury, 2-back, defeating That's Outstanding, and then really put it all together at Warwick Farm last time out over the 2,200 metres, defeating the Right Brain and Investment by upwards of 4 lengths. It was an ever-increasing margin. Gets in quite light here with just 54.5 kilos on his back. He can continue to improve.
Yeah, he's a big boy, and he won't feel like he has any weight on his back because there's so much of him. He's working through the grades really nicely. This is obviously the hardest test that he's had to date, but every time they've stepped him up, he's been able to rise to the occasion.
Arcadian Emperor, Alicia Collett for Neesham and Archibald.
It was a win of a good horse here at Newcastle in a Class 1 first up over the 1,850 metres, and there was a bit of expectation that came with him last time out at Randwick when sent out a favourite. In the end, finished third behind Unlimited, only beaten the length. You could see a long way out he was probably never going to win the race, but perhaps he's looking for this little bit of extra ground now.
First time I've first time I've laid eyes on him in the flesh. He was quite full of himself when he first walked into the yard, and you can see he's a little bit warm. This may just be him. He might be a highly strung horse. He is just a typical stayer. He's lean, doesn't carry a great deal of condition, but I think he too is another one that will really appreciate stepping out over the trip.
Jealous, Duplessis for Robert Heathcote.
There was a sneaky good run to Randwick last time out behind Unlimited over the 2,000 metres. Was only beaten 3 lengths. Took her a while to warm up, but she was pretty strong through the line. She gets conditions to suit today because we know she's very good on wet tracks. She's had a soft track win and 2 from 2 on heavy.
I didn't see her 2 weeks ago when she went around, but you could probably make excuses for her. The fact that they've come back again chasing the wet tracks. She looks impeccable in condition-wise. She too has got a lot of fitness on her side. She loves the wet track, so yeah, she could run well.
So Sleek, Winona Costin and Kerry Parker.
Finished second at Rosehill in late November over the 2,000 behind a Casual Connection and found the line well there. Just a little bit one pace up there in Queensland at Eagle Farm last start, went 4th behind Aldeneri. He's another one that usually runs his best races with a bit of cut in the track.
Absolutely. The wetter the better for this fella. He's a gorgeous individual to look at. I've tipped him plenty of times from the yard. He has always got one of those really rich, healthy codes. Dapples upon dapples, always presents beautifully. And today's no different.
Okay, Joe, we're going to talk about Gilded Water. We've seen him on pretty firm tracks here in Australia. He won't mind getting his toe into the ground today.
No, he shouldn't. His maiden win in England was so impressive on a soft track. Whereas thought a bit of give would have been. So obviously he's done it on firm tracks. So yeah, that shouldn't bother him. The weights might be.
Yeah, this distance has always been with the 5-year-old mares. That's one thing. This distance has always been with the 5-year-old mares. This is also in a very good position. But I'm very worried about that 11, what that 11 can do. I'm going to be out. I don't have a clear go on this. I don't have a clear go. It'll be forcing myself to go into this. The one is looking good, but the one winning position
1, 9, 10 and 6
is
the weight
difficult.
male numbers. Gilded Water, obviously the first time I've ever seen him in the flesh, but he's an impressive individual shooting for 3 straight wins, and he was just so dominant last time out, defeating Be Real by a big space. I couldn't see any reason why he couldn't win again. I know he goes up for 4.5 kilos in the weights, but I'm sure Jason Collett will just let him relax, settle down where he's comfortable, and I'm confident he can get over the top of them late. 9 Infinity coming off that big win at Warwick Farm last start. He was dominant, beating the right rein by a big space. He can continue to improve. 10 Arcadian Emperor, a little bit one pace last time out, went third behind Unlimited, but gets up to 2,400 metres, which I think will suit. And I'm throwing in 6 Bakerloo for the trifectas and first fours. Only beaten 2 lengths last time out at Randwick behind Unlimited. She did make very good late headway, and if she runs out the trip, I think she can run a cheeky race. 1, 9, 10 and 6.
Yeah, just taking him on a little bit here, the favourite Gilded Water. Just even money now with tap.com.au. That's on a 195 NOP. Look, I made him the lay of the day last time out, and I was made to look silly. So I don't really want to be with him, but I just think getting up in the weight, 61 kilos there, 61 and a half actually. I just want to get a little bit out of him late here. So even money about him to Jarnus, big firm all week. $11 on Wednesday, $6.50 this morning. He's a $4.60 chance. So he's best back to beat the favourite, and the even money's gone the favourite. Now back into 190. So we've got enough out of him there. Impunity and Acadian Emperor, both pretty soft. And Jealous and Sim, a little bit of sport, 17 into $15 today. Your favourite back into 190. He's very, very well back late, around about 60% of the hole.
He stays at the 78 grade. He won his debut in Australia at 78 with 54 on his back. Then he jumped to 57 today, 61 and a half. Here's Rosehill race 5.
When the starter hit the button, Gilded Water, he was throwing the head, and as a result, he's back in the second half of the field, bounding out nicely with Acadian Emperor. He's leading with Fulfill getting underneath the behemoth. Then Lenape Vibe, So Sleek, and there's a wall of about 5 here with Impunity pushing up as well. So as they come to the winning post, Lenape Vibe and Impunity are sorting the lead out with So Sleek sliding on wider. Then Fulfilled, Acadian Emperor getting a trail as they drive up past the 1900. Back behind those, Bakerloo to Jarnus, then came Zealous. Followed by, next on the outside, California Grass. And this favourite, he's last, and he's getting on the bridle. I speak of Gilded Water. He's last the outside and going a little keen as they run down that straight run and head up towards now the 1,400 metres. It is Lenape Vibe showing the way. He's 1.5 to So Sleep, Fulfilled Impunity. Favourites rolling forward here. So Collett's taking closer order on Gilded Water, and he's working up 3 wide as they enter the back section of the course. Behind those, Bakerloo, the outside to Jarnus. He's getting onto the favourites back is to Jarnus. And getting a drag into the race, Acadian Emperor shuffled back, followed by Jealous. And California Grass can see the ball, so he goes right on with it here, Gilded Water. They haven't been going hard, and he's just sliding up on the outside. And he now joins Lenape Vibe. It's Lenape Vibe, half a length in front of Gilded Water, who's in second placing. So Sleek to Jarnus is next on the outside, then Impunity. Acadian Emperor was able to get into that 3 wide line and make up a little bit of ground with cover. Then came Impunity, Bakerloo. They're bunched. They've really slowed right down here. California Grass easing out, and then Jealous. You could throw a blanket over them. And moving up to Jarnus now. McDonald says go. And he slides up to inject some speed. He heads off Gilded Water, who's patiently ridden in second. Acadian Emperor moving up 3 wide. Then Lenape by, but McDonald goes for home onto Janus. He comes around the turn 2 in front of Gilded Water, who's called upon now. He's trying to wind up, just a bit flat-footed under the weight, but he's building. The rest appear to be battling. It's Acadian Emperor, California Grass at the head of the others, but Janus kept going. 200 metres to go. Gilded Water couldn't match his spread, and Janus is going to stay strongly. It was a funny run race, and Janus is going to ease down and win from Gilded Water, who had no...
That was a super factor, actually. If we had taken that 11 in, it would have been a super factor.
Followed by So Sleek, Impunity, Lenape by Fulfilled, and last in was Bakerloo.
If we had taken that 11 in, it would have been a super factor. The 11 got in.
He went out there.
5-1-8-11.
Made Gilded Water carry every bit of that 61.5. He put the sprint on a long way from home and asked Colin if he could go. He's won by a minute to Janus, Chris Waller.
So what happened here is this, that the 5 was a neutral horse, but it was in the best. That's a very strong number. That's a very strong number. That 5 was in the best hands, and though it was a neutral, but it is the best fit from all angle. This is the best fit from the perception of this race, and it is the best fit on the support of this race, though it was a neutral, and the handicapping did work on this. 1 was the only one which was within the rails with that dev and the lowest in terms of the linear. That happened. 8 was here. So 8 definitely had the support. 8 definitely had the support to go through this. And that the question was what, the 3 or the 11. The 3 or the 11. This was a 6-year-old gelding. We spoke about the 11. This is in much better position, but I did not have a support line on this. But that actually worked. About the 9, the 9 was a good horse. There's no doubt the 9 was a very good horse. But for a 2400 meter, it needed physics, which it did not have. If it had a little bit of physics, anything, either on the handicapping side or with the rails or anything, that 9 would have been lethal. But this was difficult for 9 to deliver. It is like that. It was difficult, though it had advantage. This horse had advantage, but it lacked the physics of the race. 2400 meter will run on physics. That is for sure. This thing is a distance which is not on anything else, but it is on physics. 2400 meter is that distance. I was not sure what that 11 can do, because that 11 was in a winning position, but it definitely did not win, but it got through. Came in 4th. But we did get a trifecta in this, though I was out. We'll go to the next. Twelve has been scratched. This should be a good race, not a lot of scratching. It's follow the leader, J-Mac. what was J-Mac? I don't know what was J-Mac riding, but uh, this is something. I think we can improve this a lot if we get uh, into conversations prior to the races. Now we have Discord. If we continue uh, if we continue the conversation on Discord, and if if we get a little bit of uh, insight of the past performances and the rest of the things which are there, you know, I do not have the past. I mean, I do have the past performance. It's not that I do not have the past performance, but I do not have it like the way PC does or John does, or maybe Automan also is following. Lewis is also following the past performance. But if we communicate on the Discord, and we highlight a few of the horses, I think with the physics on that horse, it'll be much easier to pinpoint. It'll be much easier to be sure about the exposure and what we should do. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, PC. I agree with you, and I think so. I don't know. I don't have the details of the jockey. I keep looking at RaceNet to look at the names. Like J Ford, I want to stay away from this guy. And so if we get a little bit of insight, PC, I think we can match this thing up. This is not way too far. This is not way too far. It is just that it's if you, I mean, this is what I believe. They are not working alone. These people are not working alone. They have a team, and that team is very strong. If we work as a team, we will eat them every day and twice on a Saturday. We will eat them for our breakfast every day and twice on a Saturday. It is just that we need to work together. I have a confidence problem. I have a problem with, at the moment I do not have a clear go. I stay out, but that's not right always. PC, I think you're mute on Discord.
Yeah, no, I was just looking at Flemington for the next race.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I was just looking at Flemington for the next race.
You went very faint. PC going with 6 Flemington. One. I don't. That's 5, 10, 7, 3. All right, this is what I have. Okay. If we look at, firstly, this is 1500 meters. It's not 1400, it's 1500. So these are extreme gates. These are extreme gates. If we look at the fit, this 5 is the best fit with the handicapping. So this is this one is in a great position, and these people are very strong people. They know their business. They know what they're dealing with. That 5, but the problem is this is extreme gates. These are extreme gates. That 9 is a check because it is also there within the rails. Okay, if we look at how the handicapping is done, then still 5 is better than 9. The odds are 9-2, so they have taken 8 and 7, these two gates, 9 and 2, wherein honestly speaking, if we look at how the handicapping is, it is still on the third position, but it is within rails. Now the dev is with 6. Ideally, I should have taken the dev, and that would have made 10 and 4. But 3 is a 6-year-old mare, and that's where 3 stands. That is where 8 was standing, and that's how it is. So I like the 5. That's there. I like the 5. But we are I kind of
And really help them, So and give around do a similar performance, let's say. Thank you.
This is race 6, the Racing and Sports Handicap. Over 1,500 metres, the fillies and mares benchmark 78. This mounting yard brought to you by Harvey Norman for all you need in furniture, bedding, electrical and technology. The miners defining Zach Waddy in the saddle for Annabelle Neesham and Rob Archibald wearing blinkers again.
Yeah, look, horse number 1 defining here. She was beaten around 5 lengths, resuming over the 1,200 metres behind left field in what was just an even effort. But she's got a few things working in her favour today. She's 1,200 metres up to 1,500 metres. Good second up form, loves wet tracks, and the blinkers go back on today.
And she's really sharp in the yard. She's come on nicely from that first up run, which she certainly looked like she needed. She always improves off a run. The wet ground won't be of any concern for her. So I don't mind her, actually. I know the stable think that she'll run well at decent odds.
Number 2, Emma Della, Zach Lloyd and John Thompson.
She's a real beauty. She was well back last start, settled a fair way off them, and she let down with a powerful burst, which saw her get over the top of Magneteer, who we've seen come out and win a midway last week there at Wyong. Has to take the next step from midway grade up to 78 grade, and she goes up a couple of kilos, but I think she'll be very competitive again.
She's such a tank to look at. She's just so big. There's so much of her. I saw her first up and she needed the run. I didn't see her second up, but I'd say she would have taken a lot of benefit from that, and she looks exceptionally well here. She's got one of the healthiest coats I've seen all day. She's got dapples upon dapples, and I think she's a filly that'll certainly rise, or a mare that'll rise through the ranks.
Just number 3, Jay Ford on for Kerry Parker.
She's a mare very much in form. Strong wins together there at Kempler Grange and Rosehill Gardens before. Finishing close-up 4th last time on Inquiring Minds to Randwick, where she settled back in the field and was doing her best work late.
She's very consistent. A little dry, doesn't seem to faze her. She is deep into a campaign now, but she's still looking as well as ever.
Sign of piece number 4, Ben Osmond riding for Chris Waller.
Former Kiwi who had her first Australian run on the 4th of January, got back and failed to run on, was beaten around at 9.5 lengths. She's certainly open to improvement here today, but I think we'll see the best of her once she steps out beyond 2,000 metres.
She's up on the toe. She's feeling very well within herself, but you're right. She probably needs one more run just to top her off.
Automation number 5, James McDonald and Chris Waller.
2 back there at Canterbury on the 20th of December. Just had a little bit of trouble getting into the clear when finishing at 3rd behind Perfumist. And then last time out, Reece Jones took the bad luck out of the equation, leading throughout to defeat Dances with Who's over the mile. Hard to knock the way she's going.
She picked 3rd up and she controlled the race and she was able to get the job done. She's one of the most casual horses you've ever seen. Nothing ever seems to faze her. She just dawdles around the yard, minds her own business.
Lulumon, number 6, Tim Clark goes back on today for Jason Coyle.
She always gives her all. Finished at 3rd to Perfumist last up, beat 5 lengths and had a pretty tough run in transit. Was 3 wide, no cover throughout. Does make Perfumist 4 kilos better off at the weights here. It does love a wet track.
She does, and the last time she came here, she was very dominant on that very wet track. This is probably more suitable, not as wet as it was on occasion. When she won, she absolutely melted, but in saying that, it was a very, very humid day. Most horses were sweating quite profusely, so she's warm, but I've come to learn over the past few runs that is just her.
Bright red, number 7, Tommy Berry for Chris Waller.
She's a pretty honest man. She's been placed 3 or 4 this preparation. A little bit one-paced last start when finishing 6th behind Autumn Nation, only beat 2.5 lengths. I think the wet track gives her a chance here.
She's just a plain old Jane. It's as much as each time you see her, but she will appreciate it.
Here's Decadent Tail, number 8, Jason Collett and Matthew Smith.
May have been in need of the run there first up at Randwick. I thought it was a tidy enough return. Finished 5th behind High Blue Sea, beaten around 5.5 lengths after getting back early. Steps up slightly in distance today. Has very good second up form, and she is a horse that handles all track conditions.
Yeah, I didn't come here thinking much of her, but I'm quite taken by her parade today. I think she definitely strips fitter from that first up run. There's a bit of purpose about the way she's walking around. She looks quite sharp.
Perfumist, Tyler Schiller and Björn Baker.
She just keeps on winning and has built up a nice little record too. 8 starts, 4 wins and 2 runner-up finishes. One of her biggest strengths is her versatility. She came from well back to win at Mudgee over 1,400 metres, defeating Lightning Speed. Went to Canterbury after that and posied up behind the leaders when running down Frankly Elegant and Autumn Nation. And then last time at Randwick went straight to the front and zipped away from Captain Amelia. This will be a 7th run this campaign, so you just have that little niggle in the back of your mind. When's this winning streak going to end?
First time I've ever seen her in the flesh, and I was warned that there's not a great deal of her. She's a lightly framed filly. I expected her probably parade a little bit more relaxed. She's up on the toe, and saying that I actually haven't seen her in the run, so maybe this is her. Mick, you've probably seen her more than I have. She doesn't jump out at me from the yard, but she's very, very talented, and what she's done has been very impressive today.
Oh, Diamond Lil, number 10, Kara McAvoy, David Pfeiffer.
This man's hit a purple patch of form with back-to-back wins at Kembla Grange and Canterbury, where she's won by healthy margins leading throughout. She'll be looking to take control again from the front.
She's a lovely big mare. I was so taken by just how physically she's just so physical. She's big, she's strong. She does a lot wrong in her races. She's still learning what all the cape is about. She's on the pony now, and that will hopefully keep her settled. You can see she wears those big red earmuffs that you can't miss her. But she is a progressive type. She just needs to relax and start to she's just high energy. She just needs to relax.
Dark Linden, number 11, Molly Burke, Mike Van Gestel.
Could be the forgotten horse here. Not much luck last time out at Randwick when finishing 4th behind Perfumist. And the start prior, I thought she was very good. She charged into contention late when narrowly beaten to Randwick over the 1,400 metres by Captain Amelia. She's one you could certainly entertain for your trifectas and first fours.
Absolutely. She just handles racing. I can keep her in work for a fair amount of time. He just keeps backing up and she just keeps performing. She's racing really well condition-wise. She's much the same as she has been previously.
Here he is, the Magic Millions winner. You made it home.
Just. I'll be honest. I got my flights a bit mixed up on the 6 a.m, but we got them there at 8 a.m.
Silly enough to book you on at 6 a.m. Here's Perfumist walking around the yard or going to the barriers now, going for 4 in a row.
Yeah, she's done a great job.
Right, I'm going to be out. I don't have a clarity in this. Everything is looking good on that 5, but they're kind of very extreme gate. Those are very extreme gates. And why that 7-year-old mare is coming up, I don't know what is the reason, but this is going to be, this is, I don't know, I don't have clarity in this one. I would have gone with the 5 if the gates were not that extreme, but the gates are very extreme on this. I don't know how. Akshay, do you think 9? I don't know. That 9 is a check. It is within the rails, all right? It is within the rails, but it's a 1500 meter. This thing is not top on any angle. It is not top from here. It is not top from here. It is not top from here. It's not top from anywhere. Even from the handicapping side, you have that 10, which is the best, and this one is probably on the 4th in line. So to be honest, I don't know, but it is within the rails. It definitely will get, it should get a position, but I don't know. Bob, I like 6 and 7. I would have gone with the 5, maybe along with the 10. I would have gone with, but they're pretty much extreme gates on a 1500 meter. If God knows what will happen. That 6 is very much there, and I don't know what that 7-year-old mare is going to do in this one. That 7-year-old mare looks like it has advantage in some way or the other.
Out to $5.50. Amadella just out of touch today, 5 out to $6.50. And some late bets for Autumn Nation 10 into 8.50.
Bob, thank you for being here.
Perfumist, keen to take on late, $2.90. Tab.com.au.
The 8.50 automation for James McDonald is looking.
God knows what will happen.
He's already ridden a treble. Upset the favourite in the previous. He rode 2 odds on favourites to win, and he upset another one. And there he goes into the gates. Here's Luke.
Line is on. Sign of peace the inside. They're racing now. Oh, Diamond Lil was one of the first to begin. Perfumist and Autumn Nation are both striding forward as well. Bright Red Handy. And as they settle down, Perfumist is looking to try and get the front here from Autumn Nation the outside. Also Handy O Diamond Lil defining, looking for a spot. Bright Red's up there as well. A length and a half to Lulamon racing solo. Then Just Steal a Dark Glimmer. Or Dark Glitter, I should say, on the outside there. Just starting to over race. 2 lengths Sign of Peace being covered up by Decadent Tail, and Amadella had to go right back. Perfumist looking for 4 in a row. Leads by half a length Autumn Nation. O Diamond Lil travelling strongly third. The inside of Bright Red. 5th is Defining. Looks as though it's been able to slot in from an awkward draw there. Followed by Just Stealer, Lula Minor. Dark Glitter still pulling on the outside of Sign of Peace. Then Decadent Tail, and Amadella is last and giving them 14 lengths start. Perfumist coming up to the turn. Leads from Autumn Nation the outside. O Diamond Lil comes off the bit behind them. Then Bright Red, followed by Defining. Perfumist with a kick. Early in the straight, 2-3 lengths in front. She gets away here. Perfumist is
9, 9, 9, 9, 9.
O Diamond Lil the inside. Bright Red. Dark Glitter's running on. 100 metres to go. Still Perfumist 3 in front from O Diamond Lil and Bright Red. But how airborne is Perfumist? Here's 4 in a row. Perfumist. I got to beat at Goulburn somehow.
9, 10, 7, 11.
By 2. On in second placing, Diamond Lil, Bright Red third, Dark Glitter Autumn Nation. In behind those was Defining. They're coming in at long intervals. Decadent Tail, Emadella, Sign of Peace, and Just Dealer.
The Björn Baker train rolls on. Perfumist rolls on. Mudgee, Canterbury, Randwick, Rosehill. She is flying, this 3-year-old filly. He's got some nice 3-year-old fillies in his stable. Perfumist number 9 beats number 10, Diamond Lil.
Apart from that 5, everybody won. Apart from that 5, everybody won.
It's informed filly. Interesting to see what Björn wants to do with her next, and we'll catch up with him shortly.
This
favourite here for race number 5 on the card. Tony Golland again, 390 into
99999.
18 over 1200 metres. First horse to look at, Maxi, is Space Trapper. He's at 9-1 from the Annabelle Nation Rob Archibald stable, just for Franklin.
Quite a few.
Yep. I was not very hopeful about that 9, but it definitely was within the rails. And the other one that came up with the physics is this one, but surprisingly that 5 did nothing. That 5 was like, I don't want to race today. Okay, we'll go to the next race, number 7. 8 has been scratched. You're right, PC.
I think it's just common sense. It's disappeared. These guys.
No, I don't blame you, PC. That's why, when I don't get a clarity, I just step out. Depending on these people is absolutely.
Yeah, but you can back a great horse, and the jockey just does the dumbest things. Just don't understand why they can't just either horse leads, it leads. If it gets to the outside and runs on, get it to the outside and run on. It's not hard. They ride every day.
I know, but things are getting very difficult because of these jocks. They just don't care. They just don't put in that extra mile. They just don't put in that extra mile. I mean, this is not what it used to be. I mean,
Well, it's like in the old days. In the old days, they got paid when they won.
you're right. I mean, old days, those people were way more reliable than the people we're dealing with right now. These people, they just don't. They're mentally not there. They're just doing a job for which they're getting paid. There's no way you can criticize them. There's no way you can tell them that this is where you went wrong. That's what it is. I'll just show what I have on this.
I just can't understand. If I was a jockey and I was riding a horse who was in great form, was ready to win, I'd do everything possible to win. It's just like they just don't care. It's like they may as well just ride a no hope horse and get the same result.
Yeah, that's they purposely sabotage. I think there's a huge amount of ego tussle between the trainers and the jockeys. They it's very difficult to see a very winning team. I mean, when I look at the data, you see most of them are suffering, and the only reason could be, it's a ego tussle. It's kind of an ego or some kind of an emotional drama which is there. Or some kind of an emotional drama which is there. It's your favorite quote, unbelievable. Some kind of an emotional drama which is there. Okay, so this is what I have. That 5 is within the rails. It's a 2000 meter. I'm expecting that it should play the physics. That 5 is good to go from all angles. It is just the one that is there. This is an 8-year-old gelding, so I stayed out of that. Do we have it? 4? No, nobody has taken 4. So, but this thing has advantage. I don't know if this will kick in or not, but it's an 8-year-old gelding with a huge amount of drift on this. There's a huge amount of drift on that 4, which is an 8-year-old gelding. There's a lack of information on this horse. But is it a threat? It is a threat. Because it is also tailing. These gates are also tailing.
I'm starting to think, I don't know if your spreadsheet has an option for showing the percent win strike rate for jockeys. Because I'm starting to think that there's actually the cream top jockeys at about 15% win strike rate. They're just killing everybody else.
Well, what I'm going to do is, that's a brilliant idea. What I'm going to do is I'm going to incorporate that. The jockey thing is not going to be difficult to find out, but it is not going to be very difficult to incorporate. I'll do that tomorrow. I'll get the jockey strike rate. I'll whether it is in terms of strike rate or risk. I'll figure that thing out. I'll put it in the best shape tomorrow. That's a great idea, PC. Well, we should do that. So that is the only one which is within both the rails. That 5 is the only one which.
It's annoying because it's annoying because I love backing really good horses, but you've got idiot jockeys on and you can't win.
No, so but getting the jockeys incorporated is not going to be a problem. The thing is, what I honestly feel is, the way you look at races, PC, that is exceptional. And when you win, I do not know how you win, but you win. I do not know how you win, but you win. And do not know how you win, if we can work this thing out in a way where you throw some lights on the picks that you have, and we figure out how that thing has been placed beforehand, and how that thing has. We'll get a lot of clarity on that. We'll be able to do a very detailed analysis, I mean, think about a situation when you tell me that, like that 4 the other day, you had a very strong conviction on that 4. I think we were playing, I don't know where we were playing, but that was horse number 4. You played horse number 4. I did not have it, though I had markings on it, but I did not have that horse in my top 4. And that thing actually won. Later on, when I checked out the physics on that, that was lethal. It was fine prints, but it was lethal. So yeah, now that 5 stays where it is, it is within the rails. It's in the best position that's possible. 1 is in very good hands. It's there. Oh, we've got a very high FF on that 1 too. This thing, the 9, if we look at how this thing has been laid down, that 9 is a 5-year-old mare, which is with that advantage, and the 1 is the next one. So these 2 are with advantage. I don't know whether it'll do something. Now, if we look at how that 9 has been laid on handicapping, it is right after 5. So there's a possibility that it'll go through 9-1, 3-5 or whatever. 9-1, 3-5, 5-6. That can happen. So the 3 we've left, this thing is, if we look at through the handicapping, that 3 is there in some way. It lacks this side of the gate, and 2000 meter will play physics. We needed this side of the rails, but we do not have this side of the rails. That is only existing with this horse, that number 5. Rest, everything is a possibility. Fap, welcome back, Fap.
Yeah, it's got a sprint, and she definitely showed that at the top of the straight today. So she's able to run into the wind and then kick off it. So yeah, very exciting. And in fact, she's in New Zealand bred. There's actually a slot race over there, the Kiwi, a new slot race.
Haven't you got enough? Well, you've got all the Australian money. You want some of your own now, do you?
Well, $2 million even in New Zealand dollars. It's pretty good money.
Have you got a slot taker?
Oh, there'll be a lot of slot takers. So I think it could be interesting. It might be an option, but either way, she's definitely heading towards black time.
The Kiwi would go with a quagga. All you need now is an Everest.
Yeah, it's a lot harder.
But on Tyler, she's very progressive. She just keeps stepping up each time they raise the bar.
Yeah, I think she's going to be better up in trip, but she's still over racing a bit. But I was very happy with the way when she got there, she relaxed probably from the 800 to the 400 when I needed her to. I think when she goes further, she's going to be better, but she's definitely stayed on strong today.
She surprised you just how well she's going each time you sat on about.
Definitely, especially Canterbury coming out of a country you never expect that they're going to be so sharp. And she did a really good job winning there. She was pretty strong late, and she's gone back to the 14, been sharp again, then come back to a 15, and I feel like she's just keeps getting better every time.
What trick do you think will suit her?
Maybe around 18. She may get 2,000 when she really relaxes into a rhythm, but I think 18 is probably the peak at the moment. Thank you.
Up to race number 7 here at Rosehill Gardens, the Asahi Super Dry January Cup over 2,000 metres. It's listed level. And this mounting out is brought to you by Harvey Norman for all you need in furniture, bedding, electrical and technology. Salt Coats, the favourite over Aussie Pinko. Stablemates 1-2 in the market here for Chris Waller. Here's Aussie Pinko, number 1. James McDonald riding for Waller.
We all know Aussie Penko's a serious racehorse on the right day. The little knock with him is that he hasn't won for 91 weeks. His last victory was in the Frank Packer Plate on April 15, 2023, defeating Pericles on that occasion on a heavy track. I thought he was a little bit better last time out at Randwick in the Summer Cup. He was only beaten a very narrow margin by Tabby Time. There was a nice break back to third. I think from the soft draw today, he won't be too far away in the run.
I think he thinks he won because he had his head in front before the line and stride after. Unfortunately, he didn't get the verdict, but he's much the same as he has been. He's just one of those horses that well each time. He's not a complete standout from the yard. He's a pretty casual commodity, but he's deep into his preparation now. He's got a lot of fitness on his side, and this is certainly a very winnable race for him.
Number 2 is Converge. Tim Clark for Waterhouse and Bott.
This looks a really nice race for him. He got a long way back last start when finishing 4th behind Tabby Time. He steamed up the centre of the track, and maybe all the chasing just took its toll the last 100 metres or so. I think he might settle a little bit closer to the speed today. Interestingly enough, he's had 9 starts here at Rosehill, never won, but has been placed on 5 occasions.
He runs consistently here without winning, as you touched on, Mick. I think they will ride him a little bit closer. His run was really good, and maybe he just felt the pitch late instead of a fair way back. Pretty much like Austin Pinko. They're not standouts from the yard, they're just neat, compact horses.
Highlights on the back up from the Lakes at Wyong. Number 3, Zach Lloyd and Bjorn Baker looking for a race double.
I doubt they can get him any. He broke the speed last time out a week ago in the Lakes and finished 3rd behind Waterford. He wasn't beaten all that far. Has won over 1,800 metres, but this will be the first time he's had a crack at 2,000. But he's very, very fit. He'll be on speed, but no weight on his back. He could prove hard to chase down.
He looks great again. I had him on top last Saturday. I thought he looked a picture of health in the yard. And today's no different. I was waiting to see if he was still bright and walking around the yard, and he is. He's got his ears perked. He's looking about and presenting like a horse that the effects of last week haven't found him at all. So 2,000 metres is the only query. I think he's ready to try this. It's not too wet, which will suit him. So perfect run.
Hopeful number 4, Harry Davies on for Neesham and Archibald.
I just get the feeling he might be slowly working his way back into form. He was better last week at Wyong when finishing 6th there behind Bullett's High Beat, just over 2 lengths, carrying a big weight. If he could recapture his winter form, it'd be pretty hard to beat here. On the 8th of June, finished 2nd to Elias in the Lord Mayor's Cup at Randwick over 2,000 metres, and then a week later finished 2nd to Sir Lucan in the Winter Cup here at Rosehill over 1.5 miles. So we know he can respond to a quick turnaround.
I said last week in the yard that his manners have really improved. Early days, he used to be a bit of a handful in the yard. Actually, I think they're going to send him out early now because he could get himself very worked up. He was a bit of a handful, but he was really settled the other day at Wyong. He's equally as settled here today. He probably would have liked a little bit more rain about for him, but he definitely will appreciate the soft track.
There he goes, out of Palm's Way, out onto the track. Salt Coach number 5, he's the favourite, Jeremy McAvoy and Chris Watt.
He's been very popular with punters today, and I can understand why. He's been in super form. Last start came from off the speed to claim the crown. The 3rd horse, Bullett's High, came out 1 at Wyong last week, and the 4th horse, Tara Mansour, won at Flemington last weekend. So the form's stacking up nicely.
He's just a really progressive stayer, and he's working through the grades really nicely. He definitely comes here looking fit as a fiddle now. This will be his 4th run for the campaign. The wet track won't be of any worry for him. He's not an overly big, strong stayer. He's a typical stayer, light, lean, but he presents in tip-top order. He's going to take a lot of
that number 9, big odds. Has a good jockey on, and 3 back, it almost beat the favourite.
It's in a fantastic position, and the distance is for
The fav-
5-year-old mares.
The favourite's 220, and it's $30.
It's in fabulous position. That is there.
And it's $30.
You see, that 9 is there. 9 is there, but the support missing. But 2000 meter, I don't think support makes any difference, because it'll play physics. This thing has physics. Seven's also tailed. 6 is getting tailed.
Okay, Rob Archibald's going to join us now to talk about Hopeful and Eye of the Fire. You've got your wet track for Hopeful, and you've got a drop in the weights too.
Yeah, that's right. So he's obviously on the week back up. Hopefully he can handle that. He looks good. He's grading nicely. So, yeah, a little bit of confidence.
Is that all you've been waiting for? Just maybe a bit of sting in the ground as his fitness has improved?
Yeah, exactly. He's a completely different horse when there's given the track. So the wetter the better. So we'll see how we go. Looks like he gets his conditions today and he presents really well.
I just felt a spit. Hopeful's on the track. What about Eye of the Fire in the last?
Yeah, a little bit disappointing last start. Hopefully he can bounce back today. We've gone 3 weeks between runs and a little fresh. So Jason knows him really well and had good success. So hopefully that's the formula. Good luck. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob.
They're the biggest morons as well.
I don't know what's in it. Is it just a passing skull?
They're the biggest morons as well.
Rain was coming from earlier. It doesn't seem to be too much in it.
There's a bit more than a spin to shelter. I with the Soul Codes, I think he's very progressive. He looked really good for him. He's not one of those big, strong guys by any means, but he's just lean, holding really nice condition for him and in tip-top order. Highlights, he's come through the run last Saturday, and if he runs out 2,000 metres, he's definitely a winning commodity.
5, 1 and 2. I thought Hopeful was one of the better each-way prospects on the card today. I just think he's working his way back into form. He was pretty good last week behind Bullet's High, and he beat just over 2 lengths. I think he's better suited here at Rosehill than what he would have been around that tight turning track last week. Gets a nice weight drop, comes down 5.5 kilos off that run 7 days ago, and I just think with the wet track, that'll really play into his hand. 5 Soul Coats, no knock on the favourite. He's flying at the moment. He was very strong late at Randwick last start to beat Claim the Crown. The form out of the race has been good. 1 Aussie Penko will be up on speed, you would think. Gets a great opportunity to break back into the winner's circle. And 2 Converge was very good from the back in the Summer Cup last start. Went 4th behind Tabby Time. I think he'll settle a little bit closer to the speed today. 4, 5, 1 and 2.
Betty's suggesting there might only be 2 hopes here. The 2 Chris Waller stablemates, Salt Coats and Osipenko. They went up $3.60 each at 2 on Wednesday. They're both firmers. Salt Coats, the big firm today, $3.60 on opening Wednesday. As I mentioned, $3.20 this morning to $2.30. So it's clearly going to run your favourite. It's the best back runner in the race. While Osipenko was well supported earlier in the week, $3.60 to $2.60. He's just a bit soft today, $2.60 out to 3, but he's still a firm overall. And he's not far behind Salt Coats popularity-wise. And really, they're the only 2 we're laying. Salt Coats with Karen McAvoy on for Chris Waller and J-Mac on Osipenko. They're 2 very, very popular runners. Converge, really soft in betting. He's hard to lay on this wetter track. 750 out to 950. Highlights, very soft. 750 out to 11. Hopeful have been well supported early in the week. 20 to 14. Big firms today, 14 to 12. And Redbreast, unlayable, $4.60 on opening, all the way out to $16. So Wallace Stable look to have this race at their mercy if the late betting is any guide.
Just about all in. There's been a long time between drinks for a lot of these. On the big
Manuel, welcome back.
So dazzling.
I'm staying out.
For the January Cup.
Rosehill for the lifted January Cup. And they're off and racing now. And Osipenko, barrier 2, jumped quite well. Saltcoat's immediately restrained, and he's getting in midfield, one off now. As they settle down, Redbreast is looking to try and cross. It comes over with Highlights. Osipenko right there in third placing as they're approaching now the 1,400 metres. It is Redbreast showing out and leading by 1 length on Highlights. Osipenko third the inside, and 3 or 4 lengths away then to Converge. As the speed is solid here. Hopeful's midfield the outside. Saltcoat's next, then So Dazzling. And Aquarius is last. Now they're at the 1,400. I short-changed them earlier. It's Redbreast showing out by half a length on Highlights, moving up in second placing. And Osipenko, he's right behind them. Third, he looks to switch on pretty well. Converge has just bridged that gap in midfield. He's only 2 lengths
Come
off
on,
the third
baby.
horse now. Then Hopeful. Saltcoats goes to sleep on the inside. Then So Dazzling, and Aquarius is still last of all. Redbreast found the front today and leads here for Costin by 3/4, 950 metres to go. Highlights parked in second, and Osipenko third, no change to the order. The speed has slackened off a shade now. Converge is fourth, he's one off the rail. Saltcoats is railing through. Back behind those was Hopeful, followed by So Dazzling, easing out 3 wide. And Aquarius waits, it's back last of all. To the 550 metres out.
We're on. We're on. Good thing is he pressed the button.
He's behind a wall on straightening. He might have to go back to the fence.
Go, baby.
Looming. Redbreast beaten off. Highlights.
Come on, run.
Trying to weave through. He's had to duck and weave here. Osipenko looming up on the outside. He hasn't won
Too
for a
far.
while, but he's a length in front of Converge. Highlights the inside. 125 to go. Osipenko digging in. Finding the line today. It's been a J-Mac masterclass at Rosehill. Osipenko. It was worth the wait.
125.
By 3/4 on Converge. Saltcoats for third in.
Played the odds. 1,253. Played the odds.
And Aquarius.
That is 4 for McDonald. 4 today. And he's won on Osipenko, which might be his highlight, apart from riding the Golden Slipper winner earlier. 643 days, almost 2 years. That was the pack of players, the 3-year-old, back in April the 15th, 2023. And he's been around a lot of big races, Osipenko, a lot of big races. He's in the winners list today. Number 1, Osipenko, McDonald and Waller. That's 4 for McDonald on the program. Converges run second, and third home will be Saltcoats. So McDonald today rode the first winner on Watkin. He then didn't ride in the highway, didn't ride in the midway. He won on Polyglot. He won on Tejanis. He was beaten on Automation. And now he's won an Osipenko. So he's ridden in 5 races today, and he's won 4 of them.
Yeah.
Welcome back, J-Mac.
J-Mac is killing it today. 1, 2, 5, and 3.
And Shaddy will chat to him in a moment.
1, 2, 5, and 3.
For the 6th, Class 2 plate, and it's over 1,200 metres. So top weight favourite is about to explode, Maxie, from the Tony Gollan stable with Hands Jones.
Great name.
Isn't it?
There is by Spirit of Burn. About ready, and he looks great in the yard. He's ready to peak today, I would think. He did dominate the Sunny Coast last start.
Alright, we'll go to the next.
This is a little bit harder, but look, it's only a Class 2. There's a bit more depth to this.
2 and 7.
I think it's the way to go. Probably riding midfield, get to the middle, outer part of the track, and swamp them in straight.
Fukabana is the 4 from the Matt Dunn stable with Andrew Mullion.
Haven't seen him since the Randwick Guineas back in March, so that was a long time ago. He's had a couple of trials where he hasn't been asked for the supreme effort. Looking at him, you can probably see why. He come to hand fairly quickly, Bernie's horse that doesn't carry a lot of condition.
No, he's your typical done deal, but he's got plenty of length. He's got a big stride about him and lovely rein on him. Yeah, I think he's ready to go.
Yeah, well, 2 starts ago before he failed in the Randwick Guineas, and that was probably due to his too keen in the blinkers. He ran fourth private at the Hobart Builder Celestial Legend, so yeah,
J-Mac Profit Machine on soft track, probably right.
Is number 5, back down stable. So, Martin Harley.
he's the stable mate, and he's had a run back, so I think he's come back in good order. A big Bright Blonde, who goes okay there at Lismore, and last prepping was only a couple of lengths off Navy on the highway, so I'm saying yes.
All right, Ravenclaw is the 7 for Swallow Jimmy Orman.
Yeah, it was terrible at the Sunshine Coast in the Redford race. That second, head sort of came up at the top of the straight and weakened right out of it. So we need to see the form turn right around.
I know Kelly Sweet is stable, Michael Rod.
First up since, when was it, early July, having his first start here for Kelly. And just looking at him, he just might be...
Ribble is number 12 from the Jill Heinrich stable, Jake Bayless.
Race for 18 months. Got a couple of barren trials, so let's just watch and see how he goes. First up after a long spell.
Salt Lake Betty should get a good run from her gate. Desi Forster and Sandy Collins.
She's still on the way up this trip. She was third behind Flagmore. Flagmore was good in that previous race, though over racing badly. So I think she's got a place chance here, Betty.
Right, we go over the page here to Red Defcon, Harry Croft, Butler Wishart.
Yep. One of just a number of horses that didn't have a lot of luck in the Nutchy for Bubba's Bay. I mean, half the field were held up, weren't they, home straight. She ran quite well at $201. Just wondered whether she wants something a little further, but...
Jack is the 18, Rob Heathcote, Nikita Barrowman.
You're probably going to want something a little further than 1200. The English import, she got a win. Start number 2 here for Rob Heathcote. Just watching her today, though, waiting for her to get over further.
Zarafa is number 21, Annabelle Nash, Rob Archibald and Ronnie Stewart.
It's a race for 13 months. So he's off the scene for a long, long time.
Then we get to Suspect, Jordan Brown and Justin Constable.
Suspect went 4th at Hawkesbury, and then was a winner at Ipswich last night, a rating game 58. An on-pacer, and does have there's a $31 chance. It's unchanged in the price.
And then we get to Burnett, a 5-year-old mare by Ruby, formerly Anthony Cummins, Corey and Kylie Gearin and Emily Lane.
Instant success with new connections, won a Class 1 in Doomben. It's a little bit of a push in the market, unchanged at about $15, so certainly respecting 20.
Nice one about to load, Maxie.
Yeah, all the money's for About to Explode, number 1. I'm going with him to swamp them from 5 in Pen to 4 for Cabana, and number 13, Salt Lake Bet. Here's Josh.
With the head drawn in. And now we're right at the 1200 and they're racing. Salt Lake Betty away brilliantly, jumping in front from Burnett, Handy Red Mile. Suspect is going forward, Handy there. Is also in Dawn, tracked out Ravenclaw. Red Defcon about to explode, River Ribble. A length and a half to Boot Check, second last for Cabana. And 2 lengths away to Zarafa. So Salt Lake Betty down the side in front. Second Suspect, the third Ravenclaw, 4th the outside Burnett, Red Mile 5th on the rail. 1 further back to him, Indoor, Red Defcon, and then we've got Boot Check, Fukabana, and that's what's fine. A long way back at the moment, trying to make some ground out wider. River Ribble second last of all in the blue cap is Zarafa at the 450. Suspect on the outside of Salt Lake Betty. Third there, Burnett, Ravenclaw on the outside. Weaving home is Red Defcon, the inside is Red Mile, and look out about to explode down the outside. Out wide about to explode is raced up. Red Defcon, the inside coming through. Red Defcon about to explode. Red Defcon about to explode on the outside, going hard about. And about to explode is 1, second to Red Defcon, third to Fukabana, good lane, followed by Indoor, Suspect, Burnett, Salt Lake Betty. Then we had Red Mile, Zarafa, Check, River Ribble, and Ravenclaw. About the last line of Greg to judge.
Well, another winner for Tony Gollan. Ange Jones in the saddle on About to Explode. Couldn't slot in, was obliged to race wide, but that doesn't really matter today. This is where they're finishing strongly up the middle of the track. The runner-up quite good there, Red Defcon, and Fukabana was terrific. In that midfield, he was just obliged to stay near the inside, but that was a terrific return run by by Fukubana after 10 months, and his stablemate in Pendor has run on quite well on the outside, but he's a horse that likes to balance up in his races, so that's what's happened in his 3 victories so far. Balance up, come with a strong run, and that was a bit similar to his victory last start at the Sunshine Coast, where he's back, he chimed in on the outside and won with something in hand. You can see at this point here, Anne's waiting. Couple of taps down the left shoulder there, and then she starts to get busy, and this is where he picks them up and puts them away. $2.90, $1.40 Red Deck, $1.80 Fukubana, $1.70 Bernie and Pender back in 4th. That's him on the outside.
All right, Tony Cullen joins us for a chat now. There's another one, Tony. You ran second in the last as well. It certainly is a good day out.
Yeah, so done really well. Unfortunately, so again, lovely race for Community Farm. Plan was to try and keep moving the tracks if we can. But a little bit worried about the tempo. It's always to ride a little bit more patient. We got back up there or so worse than we might want to, but good thing about when this rail's down low, you got a lot of track to work with and you can cover a bit of ground. So Anthony will shout under him and under her, and he's raced really well.
Even though he was where he was, he really spent nothing the first half of the race.
No, he didn't. He was a little bit messy about him, but he travelled nicely in time. He's got a good finish on him. He's also light, he's quite progressive, and this time of the year, going forward now until we get to our winter carnivals, it's great to bring these sort of horses through their grades.
And I feel like he was a little, sometimes he can get a bit on the toe. He wasn't too bad today.
Yeah, we're starting to furnish as a horse now. I think this preparation will be really good for him, and we'll give him a little winter spell and bring him back in the spring, and he'll be a really nice horse for this group. So it's always good to get a winner out for Dave and his team. They do a great job.
Well done, Tony.
Thank you.
All right, there he is, Tony Gollan. 1, about to explode. Home 4, favourite back and speed 16, 4, 5, 22 running 50, ran 109.93, home in 34, 43. And just going in there. She might come over and give us a quick chat before she weighs in. Good on you, Ange. You go. Obviously, made use of this track. It's obviously the right place to be is way out in the middle because he sailed down there like he just joined in at the furlong.
Yeah, no, I was worried about this race. It might be a bit devoid of speed, but it panned out okay. I found a nice spot in the 3 wide line, and I wasn't too worried to be out there with how the track's playing today.
As I said to Tony, he spent nothing, even though you were 3 wide, but he was just cruising, wasn't he?
Yeah, he travelled really well. He didn't do too much. He was just nice and generous in the run, and I peeled him out, and he didn't have a real sharp turn of foot, but he did have the 60 kilos on him today, but I still thought he put him away really nicely.
That last furlong was great. Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, and shows Tony Gollan. They win again, 1, 16, 4 and 5. Let's head to Tumen.
100 metres in a fairly big field here. A fairly open appearance. Our favourite is the first horse we see, Champagne Sharon for Donna Scott and Amy O'Driscoll, taking the 2 kilos off. It is our favourite, around that $3.50 mark. Look, just finds the right race today. Very suitable assignment. Still a bit big in condition, isn't she, just to the eye, but big, strong horse, and certainly should figure here. The 2 is Bo Keen, the second runner for the day for Jodie Thompson, with Sarah McDonald to ride. With the 58 kilos today, you can see off its recent hip, so I didn't think it was too.
Okay, so this is what I have. So this 3 has a lot of advantage in this race. That 3 has a lot of advantage in this race. That's the smallest linear. That's the smallest linear with the highest dev and handicapping, but this side of the raid is kind of weak. But they're in fabulous hand, and this probably is one of the best horses here. It's in fabulous hand, there's no doubt. If we look at the others, they are like 12, 5, 12, 3, and 5 within the rails. All good one, apart from 12. 12 is suffering. 12 is suffering, but it's well within the rails. So that's there. Now, this is going to be if you look at 29, that 8 is in a very lethal position. I don't know how to put that thing, but They kind of are in a very lethal position. And these guys, 13, even they are in a very lethal position. But you look at these people here is I don't know. I don't want to go with them seriously. And this one is an 8-year-old gelding, so I'm leaving both of them out. Rest, everything is like that, and the advantage is here. Now, the other advantage which might work on a 1300 meter is the gate number 1. Now, the gate number 1, if this has to work, it needed a lot more support, which unfortunately is not there. It's not, there's nothing. 10 is the highest outer drift, and 4 is the linear, highest outer drift. But the outer drift is a little bigger than the linear one, and this is also a very tricky gate. I do not know how that 3 will work. I think 5, 12, 6, and 11. We've got 5 and 12. 12 definitely is from the midfield. These are tailing gates. This is good. And that 5 is from gate number 3. Now, if that is from gate number 3, this 13 becomes a check, and it is a check in any ways. It is in check with a lot of other stuff, but the people are like that. And that 3 stands there like that. It's from gate number 11. It is the only way this thing can work is if the jockey is absolutely smart on this horse and brings it to the rails, brings it to the rails. That is the only way it can work. If it can bring the horse within the by the side of the rails within the first 300 meters, because it's a 1300 meters, so first 300 meters it has to be within the rails. If the jockey is that smart that it can bring in by the side of the rails, this thing is unstoppable. But that depends on the jockey. So this is a jockey race. Probably, I don't know how it'll actually end up. I'm going to be out. I will not put money on this one. I don't have a clarity. I like the 3, but it lacks this side of the rails because obviously this is extreme, and but it has the highest torque in very good hands. Advantage is, however, with 10 and 12.
I really like Tycoon Artie in this, and it draws okay. John Kissick, an experienced jockey, will send this and get it right up on the speed somewhere. So B Keen loads up. It's in the inside there. Jody Thompson and the Thompson family hoping for a winner. Long trip home to Kilmer if they don't. We've still got 1 to go in, so we'll head up to James for race 5.
The 1200 being Champagne Sharon, the favourite. Barrier number 4. Ranger about to come up to the outside gate. They're all locked away. 10 runners. Race number 5, Tubert. There's the red light. Bo Keebs in the inside gate. Stand by. Ready? Gates open. They're off and racing. They've broken a beautiful line. Showing plenty of pace is Bri and going very fast early on in the race is Dancing with Kitty. And Champagne Sharon is in a prominent position up to 3rd as they go past the 1,000 metre mark, a length and a half further back. Then runs Box of Crackers on the outside of Tycoon Arnie. Rager is midfield. Bokeem in the back half of the field, followed by Jim Magnet. Camperio next to last, and Peak Contributor is the last one. Dancing with Kitty's off and gone away by 4 to Bri. A length and a half, Tycoon Arnie and Champagne Sharon. A length Box of Crackers, followed by Rager coming in and out deep. And further back then runs Bokeem, being followed by Chick Magnet, who's a long way off the pace. And a long gap Peak Contributor, the tail cap Perio running second to last. They've got 300 to go. And Dancing with Kitty is coming back. The Rangers coming with a good run. Then Tycoon Arnie and Champagne Sharon's onto the scene. Bri the inside. Box of Crackers the widest runner. They straighten up. And Tycoon Arnie goes up to Dancing with Kitty. Then Ranger. Box of Crackers out wide is charging home. Tycoon Arnie in front. Box of Crackers is flashing home. But Tycoon Arnie won it from Box of Crackers. Dancing with Kitty was third. Then came Bokeem, Rager, Champagne Sharon, followed by Camperio, Bri. And further back, Chick Magnet, Peak Contributor, last most of the way.
Good price about our winner, Tycoon Artie. Around that $5 mark for Tycoon Artie, having its forefront in this campaign and really put the writing on the wall in recent starts and just had the run of the race there. Just pounced lately for John Kissick, Doug Gorrell, the winning trainer. That's its first win for Doug, I believe. It's previously trained down in Victoria. This one by Flying Artie. It's had the 2 wins from 11 starts and racing really well this campaign for a big syndicate of owners as well. John Braden, the ownership there, and a heap of other people from London surround us as well. So take a $5.50 box of Crackers, could run by the local at $1.90. And Dancing with Kitty, we led them up and just was found one in the last little bit run. Third with Ranger running for. So 5, 6, 8, 10. We've still got one race to go here at Tube. It's due to go at 5 p.m.
The grandstand, the winner will be 3 of the race. Yeah, you're right, but you see, Fab, I do the maths in a different way. So what I mean is this is an extreme gate. From that gate, it will probably this thing will not work. But if this thing can bring the horse towards the rails in the first 300 meters, then it is going to be working. So that's what I meant. Staying with the rails, winning on a 400 meter is difficult. You're right.
Win for the season, and you got it on this fellow.
You need a lot of support line for that. It doesn't have that kind of a support line. It needed the BB. It needed the HT. So that's not there with 3. So winning from the rails is not possible, but bringing it to the rails will just make make its life easier. That's what I meant, actually. But I don't know. What do I know? Tuna Rose, it shows 6.
Today, we put it up with 5 out of 6. You'll call it quits after this race on Cigar Flick, and Rich Waller's looking for his 4th winner on the program. This is a mounting out brought to you by Harvey Norman for you needing furniture, bedding, electrical and technology. Cigar Flick, McDonald looking for 5 is the fate. Katili number 1 and a Roper right in for O'Shea and Sharp, and those blinkers have gone on.
Yeah, recent runs have been below his best. He's been freshened up since finishing down the track behind Hankow on the 21st of December. Was sent back to the trials at Warwick Farm on the 3rd of January and was given a liven up in that trial, went straight to the front, powered away to win by a big space over Lucy Largo. That might just switch him on. I know he's got an outside draw here today, but I suspect he'll roll forward.
It looks quite well for him. He's had a little bit of a few little gear changes there, blinkers on, crossover coming off. He's riding that really well. He's very switched on, which is a positive sign. He's had a month between runs and that tick over trial just to keep his fitness up to the mark.
Here's the Tulloch Stakes winner, Wymark, back at the races today. Hasn't raced since the Derby. Zach Waddick for Michael Flynn.
A really progressive stayer who's had a nice break. Good record overall, 11 starts, 4 wins, 4 minor placings. I wouldn't be surprised if he did sprint well fresh today. Zach Waddick reunites with this fellow. He's the 2 for 2 on this horse after winning a maiden in the Class 1 on him early last year. He was on speed in his latest Canterbury trial when finishing a third there behind She's an A-lister. He'll improve off whatever he shows today.
Absolutely. I love the way he moved through the grades and he reached the top heights there.
Placings was pretty good and that was on top of the ground. As we're all aware, he's a much better horse on rain-affected tracks. So all 5 of his victories have come on a soft or heavy.
He loved the listing out of the ground here this afternoon. He's improving with each run. He's knocking on the door for a win. It could very well be today with the way he's presented.
Here's the favourite, Cigar Flick, McDonald and Waller.
Well, she deserves a change of fortune. All 4 runs from her this preparation. She's been very unlucky. You look at that run in the Nudging Stakes up there at Eagle Farm last time out. She was picking her way through the field, but suffered some pretty severe interference close to the line with beaten around a length. She's had 4 goes here at Rosehill for a win and a minor placing, and she loves getting her toe into the ground.
She does, doesn't she? And she does race particularly here at home. It's been a while since we've seen her in Sydney, and she arrives here looking well. She's not one of those mares that she's not the best type to look at, but she's neat. She presents well enough. She's always switched off and relaxed. A very winnable race for her here today, provided she gets the luck that she hasn't had in the past few.
Excelidus number 6 on the backup, Adam Hieronymus and Joe Pride.
Yeah, I think he'll handle the backup quite well. His form's been really good. This preparation was a real eye catcher. First up in the Razor Sharp, went 5th behind Jetty Bell. Was placed behind Stablemate Accredited after that, and there was a lot of eye on. The track dried out, and in the end, he finished 5th behind Grand Impact. A wet surface today really helps his course.
It does indeed. Yeah, it was a little bit. It may have been a bit too firm for him last week, but this is his 3rd run on a Saturday in a row, so his 3rd week of backing up. He thrives on the racing. He's very bright, which is very positive. I can't hold him. I think he looks fantastic.
Next is 8 Super Pursuit, Alicia Collett riding for a Dad Richard.
He's a pretty talented horse on the right day. He's won 6 from 26. He's resuming for another prep here this afternoon. His wet form's pretty good. He's had 8 goes on wet tracks with 3 wins and 2 minor placings, and 2 of his 6 wins have come first up. But last preparation, he was just a little bit below his best.
He probably didn't see the best of him, but geez, he's returned in brilliant order this time around. His trials have been quite good. He looks in phenomenal order. He's going to want further eventually, but I must say, he certainly doesn't look like a 50-1 shot.
Cadetship number 9, Tommy Berry, Chris Waller.
Comes back in that trip here after failing at Randwick last time out behind Vega Magnifico. I think we'll just wait till we see a bit of improvement from him.
Probably ready to do something now that he's got a bit of fitness on his side. This is his 3rd run, so he is at his peak condition, but he'd need to live from what he's been doing.
Baldino, this is for Kieran Maher, Jason Collett rides.
He's been steadily building his way through the preparation. I thought it was his best run this time in at the Valley last time out when 5th behind Apache Song. Rode the speed that day and boxed on well to be beaten a length and 3/4.
Yeah, really nice gelding to look at. I haven't seen him before, but he's quite a thick set, really tight for gelding. That's absolutely beautiful here. So I didn't really know what to make of him prior to him walking into the yard, but you could really give him a bit of a push.
11 is Keitel, Tyler Schiller on for Big Price and Michael King Jr.
Yeah, I was at Newcastle and witnessed his first win there last time out. I thought it was a pretty good performance, defeating Zoe Sharp and Oakfield Badger. He just switched off at the tail of the field and showed a really good turn of foot to win. I think that victory will give him a bit of confidence.
Exactly. I know it wasn't the strongest race, but it was just the manner in which he did it. It was very deliberate.
Oh man, look at that 11. That's a mixed breed. What is that 11? It's in very good hands.
On a heavy track, defeating Nosy Parker by over 3 lengths. Last time out of Randwick just refused to settle, did too much work in the run.
It's going to run neutral.
Midfield behind a high blue sea. If he could just settle a little bit better today, he's right in the mix.
Man.
And Cruel Summer, number 13, went over to Costin and Paul Perry.
Yeah, I don't think he's out of this. Gets a good draw here. Things haven't worked out for him his last couple of runs at Randwick, but he's a 2-time winner at Rosehill Gardens and likes a wet surface.
He loves it wet, but then he's probably really equally as effective on a dry track. I always have him down as a real wet track because that's really important on a track one day. We just haven't seen the best of him this campaign, but he has been looking good.
Ben Elam here with the Price Kent yard. Hill is a runner and up a long lane grade today.
Yeah, he jumped up in class. He was in the 1178 the last race of the day, but
5, 6, 7, 8 number.
It's a very good turn of foot over a shorter distance, so if you get a run over 1300.
10 has a lot of advantage in this one.
Was a good win last start, so he's obviously going well.
Yeah, he is. He's working home. He's been exceptional. Can't fault him. Like he's no world beater, but he's just an honest horse. He gives his all. He's only a small little fella, but when they've got hard like him, they usually race well. Good luck with him. Thank you, mate.
Thanks, Ben. And here's Shani with her pick of the yard.
Thanks, Greg. Excelidus. I know he's on the third, he's having his third run in 3 weeks, but he just keeps turning out looking so well. And I really struggled to go.
I'll go with PC. 10. I don't have a clarity on this, but I'll play this 6. 1300 meter.
Low mile numbers here in race number 8. I'm going 5,
6.
12, putting
This is 7.
I just think she deserves a change of fortune. She's just been
All tailing gates.
constantly, all preparation. Went up to Queensland last time out and wasn't beaten far by Bubba's Bay. She races well here at Rosehill Garden Centre. She races well on rain-affected tracks. 6, Excelidus. If ever he's going to win a race this preparation, you would think it's a nice setup for him today. Finished 5th to Grand Impact at Wyong last week, but with the wet surface today, that's really going to play into his hands. 13, Cruel Summer. As I touched on when we had a look at the horses in the mounting yard, he's going around over the odds here.
Okay.
Last couple of starts at Randwick, he's had genuine excuses, and he usually reserves his best for Rosehill. And 12 Midnight Opal can certainly bounce back off
Man, I wanted to put a bet on 10. Accidentally, I put it on 6 as well.
5, 6, 13, and 12.
This is gate number 6. And that's horse number 6.
We had an offer this morning for how many winners he would ride today. There's $1.50 to ride 2 or more, that's been paid. $3.20 to ride 3 or more, paid. $13 to ride 4 or more, money's in your account. 5 or more winners, we bet $81 about James McDonald this morning. For plenty of money too. And he's on Cigar Flick. This will be his last ride today. It was $2.90 after scratches this morning. It is now a $2.15 chance. It has been absolutely off the map. And it is the last leg of a lot of multis. A lot of James McDonald multi-punters. This is going to be our biggest stand of the day. We have this for an absolute fortune. Didn't even go up. Favourite in betting here. Midnight Opal, I put up shorter than it on Wednesday is a $4.60 chance. It's been quite soft in betting. It's on the second line, currently a $5 chance. Excelidus been a little bit soft today. It's been $7, now $9. Can't tell, we heard from Ben Elam there. It was rolled back early in the week, $26 into $8.50 this morning. Just out of roll now to a $10 chance. Today, Baldino's seen a little bit of sport. It'll go forward, make its own luck. It's just been $12 into $11. I can't give you much of a push for much else. It is just one-way traffic here. Cigar Fleet, $2.20. Hunters just don't think James McDonald can do anything.
And there's plenty of punters who took the 81 is there for the 5 winners.
There are a lot.
Really?
Yes.
He's going for 5. He's done that before.
Can we send him back on holidays, please?
Yeah, well, he's going Hong Kong tonight, then he's going to Dubai. But he's coming back. I've got bad news. He's coming back. Okay.
I don't know what that 3 will do.
Till they're all set. Ready now. And they're racing. Exelardus Barrier 1 jump better today. Going back is Keitel, and Wymark showed no speed. Where's Cigar Flick? She's about 5th or 6th.
Come
as
on.
they hit the ground. Showing good speed. Bold Dino. Coatheel the outside.
Come on,
And Cruel
baby.
Summer's also handy on the speed as they roll along early stages. Midnight Opal takes a trail in 4th. The outside of Exelardus and Cigar Flick's in a great position. 1 off the fence. Behind those Super Pursuit. He's on the inside of Gravina. 4 away Keitel. Then came Cadetship, and last was Wymark. Good speed here. Coatheel the outside of Cruel Summer. 1 away Boldino. Then Midnight Opal and Exelardus, followed by Cigar Flick just being squeezed up. Then Super Pursuit the inside, and Gravina heads the other horses round the turn. They shift off the rail here. Coatheel in the blinkers is a length and a half in front of Cruel Summer. Then Boldino, Exelardus called upon. Midnight Opal.
Run, you mule.
Inside the 150 from a wall. Cigar Flick,
12.
Midnight Opal, then Boldino, late
5.
Cadetship, 100 metres to go. Cigar Flick, Midnight Opal, Cadetship the outside, Midnight Opal lifting. Cadetship comes late, but Midnight Opal too good for Cadetship.
12, 5.
Super Pursuit. Behind them, Boldino, Keitel, then came Gravina, Exelardus. Further back was Wymark, Cruel Summer, Coatheel.
12. Yes, Frankie. 12. 5.
Holds off Cigar Flick. McDonald was staring at 5. He couldn't get off and carry Cigar Flick.
12, 9, 5, 8.
Cigar Flick and got past Cigar Flick into 2nd spot. But he just found plenty. Midnight Opal, number 12. McAvoy and
Midnight Opal.
beats 9 Cadetship, Berry and Waller, and Cigar Flick, McDonald and Waller. How you feeling now, Tim? Better?
A little bit better. A little bit better. It's only
11,
catching
8.
up some work because it's been a dark day.
So McDonald's winning run comes to an end. That's his last ride for the day. He ends the day with 4 or 6.
That was within the rails.
Really well.
These two were within the
He's still on a
rails.
high after that. Big win by Private Harry in the sunlight. A new slot race up there on the Gold Coast. Midnight Opal's provided a couple of wins for the stable now. In the last 3 runs, a heavy 8 here at Rosehill and back on the soft again today. That was a good, tough performance.
That was super. He's can hit that flat spot, but he's very pretty late. He relaxed well on a good tempo. As soon as he just get the toe in the ground, he's so much more effective. And where we go with him now, probably give him a little bit of a prep up. Getting well, 1400. The angle he takes, there's not too many benchmark 88 horses that probably go to a provincial championship, so he might be the perfect horse, especially if we get a wet autumn.
Yeah, good luck with Midnight Opal, a provincial championship contender.
8. That 8-year-old guild.
We'll get the provincial championship dates up.
God.
The country champ, they side by side. Country championships start a little bit earlier than the provincial championships, maybe a week or 2 earlier, because their final is on day 1 of the championships for the country championships, and day 2 is for the provincial.
14.
So the country championships kick off on February 16 at Port Macquarie for the Mid-North Coast Racing Association. Then Lismore hosts their Northern Rivers heat on February 22, Nowra with the Southeast on February 23, so that's a double header, Lismore and Nowra. Then Orange have got their first one in the Central Districts on February 28th to Friday. Wagga for the Southern Districts on Saturday, March 1. Then the Hunter Northwest have Tamworth on March 9, Coonabarabra for the Western Districts on March 16. Scone, March 21 is the wild card for the northern area, and Goulburn has the southern wild card on Sunday, March 23. So that's a big weekend. March 21, Scone wild card, followed by the Golden Slipper here at Rosehill, and then the Sunday is the Goulburn wild card. I'll go through those provincial dates after the next race. Here's Karen McElroy.
Just making it all official. Karen last rode this fella back in October, actually, to Randwick Farm. So we had a sit on him.
Top 3 placed horses later off the rails. Yes, you're probably right.
He came out the last running good style, got the ground that he liked, and a nice enough draw. Wanted to be
No. So I don't know, Fab, what exactly. Here is the thing. So Fab, I mean, just don't consider one aspect of it, whether it is off the rails. I mean, Fab, come on. We've got about 50 different channels through which we're trying to monitor this. Just one thing is not responsible. I mean, so it's a 1300 meter. A 1300 meter, I had a doubt with this one because this one is very extreme, though it was good in all the other aspect, but this was extremely out, and it was a jockey thing to bring this thing in. If you look at the advantage, then it was 10, 12, 6 and 5. 10 was in a better hand with a better drift. But and 12 was like that. The people were absolutely dysfunctional people. But today, this thing actually won in this particular race. It did not happen anywhere else, but here it happened, and that is where you see, if you look at the number of horses, there are 11 horses. That is the midfield. So they have placed it very strategically. It is within both the rails. So if you are calculating rails, I'm calculating rails too. If we this is an average of 30 meters width, so it is within both. It is within the bracket of both the rails. Both of them were in bracket of both the rails. So it's just not one thing, Fab. It's not just. Yeah, it's a lot. I mean, what you're saying is right. They were not within the rails, but that's the maths is not exactly like that. The 12 was within the rails. So whether you are running with the rails, that's a different thing. But within the rails is where you have the advantage. Look at all the last races. It is always within the rails. If it is not within the rails, then there's that's probably something I'm not sure of. We take an average of 30 meters, the width of the rail, and we calculate the placing of that horse depending on the width of the rail. The average is 30 meter. It could go down to 27, 26. Anything is possible, but the average is about 30 meters. on replay, most winners from off base. Well, that is one term that I'm not very familiar with. What do you mean by off base? Midfield running on out. You mean they don't have the speed? I would say inside near rail, not good ground for racing today. Yeah, that's never good. That you're right. That's never good. Uh, for a 1200 meter, it probably there's an advantage with
Out there when you're lifting horses off the
with the
canvas, as
rails.
Bailey did with the gambling
1200 meter, 1000 meters, but other than that, no.
but just outgunned late. 9 and 3. So 6:14, 9 3, 110 56, 34 35, and he won by a head. That's it for the 7th. Let's head south to Tuna.
Our last race, due to go 5 over 1,000 metres benchmark.
This one is again a bad one. This is what I have, okay? Now, uh, it's the same distance as this one. If we look at what actually happened here, is this 12 went through the midfield with the lowest BB. Here, the lowest BB is this one, 3. And it's got advantage. The rest, everything can happen, may not happen. One is in the best hands. That these people are the best. They're profit making. They know their business. Do they have advantage? Yes, they have advantage. But if we look at this side of the thing, then those 9 and 6, they are also there. So I don't have a clarity in this one. This that 3 is just the same position as 12. Same distance, same position. That thing. Even that 12 did not. 12 had this side of the rails as well, but this one doesn't have this side of the rails. So that's more or less like it.
Toes, Showy's best shot. Real Libby's right up there too, in company with Pretty Penguin. King Tat goes to 4th. They're followed by Dilution, Trifecta Ruby now in the back half of the field. From Rosie Sue, a long way back is Fuji Hero with Super Struck and Pretty Extreme, the last one. Showy's best shot, showing them a clean pair of fields, 500 to go. Leads Pretty Penguin. And they're followed by Real Lippy, and Rosie Sue comes into it deep. Further back, Trifecta Ruby, King Tat. And then comes a long way back, Super Struck and Pretty Extreme. They straighten up and Showy's best shot, the one they're going to catch. Pretty Penguin is in hot pursuit, and then Dilution further back. Trifecta Ruby needs a run, but it's Pretty Penguin and Showy's best shot fighting it out from Dilution. Pretty Penguin and Showy's best shot. It's Pretty Penguin taking the lead, and Pretty Penguin won the last from Showy's best shot. Trifecta Ruby ran home well for third from Dilution. Real Lippy,
The only one which is within the rails is probably 7, which has got both sides.
Well, it's overcome the wide draw there. Pretty Penguin have been able to win the last for Olivia Rosden, her parents, Russell, of course, and his wife, and Amy O'Driscoll, the winning jockey. Paid quite well too, $3.60 and $2. Show his best shot. So they were the main two. They were the best performed horse. Now, Trifecta Ruby ran on quite well for $30.30, and Dilution running fourth. So 2, 1, 9 and 4. And as I said, Pretty Penguin, 6 wins from 32 starts. She's a homebred galloper, and a mare called Cross, trained as well. Russell Osmond here today representing his daughter. That takes us away from Tumut, their first meeting on Sky Thoroughbred Central. They have another meeting in Tumut Cup Day on Saturday, February 8th will be their next meeting. And our next port of call, as I said, Cowra tomorrow, and then Albury on Monday.
So one more thing, since this topic has emerged, and I'll just explain how the rail works. All right. So the rail works through a lot of mathematical calculations. Firstly, we take in consideration the width of the track, and secondly, the position of the horse depending on the estimated body weight and a few other factors. So when I say this is between the rails, I mean, if you put an ass in this gate, it will not show the rails. It will not show the rails. If you put a cow in here, it will not show the rails, because the cow or that ass will not match the body weight or the factors that it is calculating. The gate is for a horse which has a specific body weight to meet, and some other factors including the BB, including the load that it is carrying, all that it is calculating. So when I say it is within the rails, it is a good horse which has the advantage of both side of the rails. If we put a mouse in here, that mouse will not show within the rails. It is showing within the rails because of its estimated body weight. It is showing because of its performance, because of its the load that it is carrying, and some other factors, including the people who are handling it from that gate. So that's when it comes within the rails. Like this side is missing on 6 and 8. So there are situations which these are not meeting, but they're kind of good with handicapping. The best one here is probably, you know, 3, which is with the advantage of the physics here. But 1 is the favorite because these people are the best. So if that works, that's a different story altogether. They're just going to work harder and, you know, bring it to a winning position. But the numbers are better with 3. But these people are good people. That's the one.
High Blue Sea should get every opportunity to break through.
He's the most capable horse. Nothing ever seems to phase him, and he's just been improving with each run. He's at his absolute peak now. He looks spot. He hasn't been too far away. He certainly deserves a win.
High Blue Sea, number 2, Josh Parr for Ryan and Alexia.
He's got a good overall record. 14 starts for 4 wins and 3 minor placings. Was held up for a good portion of the straight last time out at Randwick when the gap appeared late. He got home late to beat Bunker Hut. I thought that was a tidy performance. Obviously, you look at his form, he's probably better on the top of the ground, but he does have a good record here at Rosehill. He's had 7 starts here for 2 wins and a minor placing.
He does race well here in his home track. First up run, he looked good, but he had improvement to come, and then he was able to capitalise off that second up when he was so dominating there. So no reason why he can't roll with it now. The only concern, as we touched on, is probably the soft track, but in terms of the way he presents, he's beautiful, handling it perfectly, and he'll take a bit of beating based on his experience.
Age of Sale first up today. Ben Osmond riding for his boss, Chris Leeds.
Yeah, there's been a little bit of money around for this fellow today. He's a stayer resuming. Last couple of runs, pressure been quite good though. 2 preparations back. One at Warwick Farm, first up over a mile, beating Morning Sun, and last preparation, first up. It was over 1,800 metres, but did place third there at Eagle Farm. There is plenty of speed in this race, so if he gets out the back, he might be able to work into it late at the final say.
I really didn't expect him to present this well first up. He looks so good. I thought he'd have a lot of improvement to come, but he's looking really good. Yes, he's going to step out over a lot further. 2,400 seems to be his sweet spot, but wouldn't be surprised to see him do something based on how well he's come back.
Zombie number 5, Tyler Schiller on for Team Hawks.
I thought he was terrific too back at Randwick, went finishing 4th behind Perfect Thoughts, was 3 wide facing the breeze and refused to give in. Was beaten just over a length. Last time out at Randwick, again, on speed, hung tough when second behind Inquiring Minds. He's certainly building towards a peak performance.
And good for him here in the yard. It's a playing time. He just minds his own business as he delivers around. He's deep into it. Preparation now. He's racing really consistent.
Kapakiri, number 6, which was back at longer odds, 50 to 1 at the start of the week. Tommy Berry and Chris Waller.
Stay resuming, hasn't won at a distance less than 1,800 metres, and has never won first up, but did run on quite well from beyond midfield in the latest trial, finishing second there behind Sandpaper, who won last weekend at Wyre.
I expect him to be running on, but I don't see him as a winning prospect here this afternoon. I think there's improvement to come.
Silent Impact number 7, Tim Clark for Waterhouse and Bott.
That's the only horse.
Was beaten around 5 lengths at first up there at Randwick behind Accredited. And then last time out at Randwick was much better.
That's the
1,500 metres. He was able to put himself up on top of the speed. And as the race went on, he just got stronger and stronger. And I just get the feeling third run back from a spell today, we might be ready to see the best of him.
He's definitely ready to.
This see they're with 7 as well, and that 7 is the only one which is within both the rails, this side and this side. So that's how it is calculating. But I don't have a clarity in this. I don't have a clarity.
Conqueror didn't get a lot of room to move late in the piece when beaten just over 2 lengths. He's a second up winner in the past.
John is with 5.
Slightly firm track.
He didn't see him first up, but saying he definitely would have stripped it here. Second up, he always runs really well. Second up, he's winning, placing. Looks like his name again. He's an okay type in the yard. He doesn't chop out here, but I think the conditions will suit him.
That's a legend, number 9, Kieran McAvoy on for Chris Waller.
If you go back and look at his win there at Newcastle on the 16th of November, defeating Bullet's Height, would be hard to make a case for him. He was a month between runs when finishing unplaced at Randwick last start behind peer pressure. Only beaten 3 lengths. Again, a gap between runs 5 weeks this time has been kept up to the mark with the recent Rosehill trial.
And that's the way he presents. It looks like he's been kept up to the mark. He's still got that residual fitness, even though he's had that 5-week depression up at he too. I can't fault him. He's probably one of the better ones of the Waller runs.
One for 11, went over costing for the Keegan Addard stable.
And he's at his very best when he's free rolling in front. Only got tied very late at Randwick last start in the race 1 by Inquiring Minds. Finished 9th, but was only 2 lengths from the winner. Hasn't won for over a year, but you know you'll get a run for your money.
Exactly, he likes to dominate out in front, and he'll probably adapt those type of tactics here. Again, he's deep into the preparation. Once he reaches his peak fitness, he's able to maintain that for a fair amount of time.
Mogwai, number 12, Ash Morgan for Robert Luke Price.
Former Godolphin galloper who was able to win first up for the new yard at Kembla Grange on the 28th of December, defeating Tartana by a length. He's got some eye-catching stats. He's got very good second up form. 3 goes second up for a win and 2 runner-up finishes, and his wet track form reads okay too.
He's got a beautiful head on him. I always remember he used to stand out for all the right reasons in the previous runs that he had for his previous trainer there. It was a dominant winner first up. No reason why he can't capitalise on that again here. Second up this afternoon. It is harder, but he certainly looks the part.
And that's a look at them. They're heading to the gates. Bunker Hut is the favourite on screen. Penny, who's your pick of the year?
I like Bunker Hut. I've been with him this last couple, and he's been so close. I feel like today he should be able to get the job done, and he looks so well again in the yard. I'm really taken by Agent Sailor. I can't believe how well he looked in the yard. I thought he'd need the run, but just looking at him, I expect him to run a really good race here first up.
Play mail numbers, I've gone 7, 1, 9 and 2, putting Silent Impact on top. There's been a great deal of chatter about him this week, but I just thought third run back from a spell.
That's getting tailed.
He's just working his way back into form. I thought he was pretty good last time out at Randwick, finishing third behind Vega Magnifico. He might be able to posse up just behind the leaders here, and I think it'll be very, very competitive. One, Bunker Hut's having a great preparation. I feel a bit sorry for him. He has finished second in all 3 runs his preparation, and the margins have only been slender. He managed to get a great run in transit today, and he looks ready to win another one. 9, Dazzle Legend, defeated Bullets High on 108 Newcastle over a mile before disappointing last.
I have no clarity in this one. There's no sure shot. There is no sure shot.
But it was a good win over Bunker Hut at last start. 7, 1, 9 and 2.
Getting a little bit quiet here in race 9. Bunker Hut's your favourite, and it is solid. It's $3.70 after scratches this morning and remains a $3.70 chance. And there's been very little fluctuation in its price throughout the day. It's just the most popular runner with tab.com.au, but as I said earlier, not huge betting in this race, so it's not too big a liability. I Blue Sea, your second pick, has been really soft in betting today, as much as $3.90 this morning. It's all the way out to $5.50 and almost unplayable at that.
That 7 is in the best position, but I mean that's within the rails. That's the only one which is within the rails with that kind of a drift. It's getting tailed.
Subject to some good late bets just in the last minute or two 4 Silent Impact. Zondi, quite soft in betting. He was this morning a $7 chance. He's now out to an $8.50 chance. Kabakiri is one of the big stories in this race. Kabakiri and Age of Sail are both really big firmers, both resuming at 1,500 metres today. Kabakiri, the bigger firm, he was $51 on Wednesday, less a few deductions. He was still 26 this morning, $26 into $9 today for Kabakiri, this galloper, resuming from a break. And Age of Sail as much as $16 into $10 today for the other galloper, resuming from the spell.
It's in beautiful position, Fab. It's got all possible stuff, but I don't have a clarity.
15 now, $14 chance. So a little bit of true up weight for Mogwai. So just touching back to the top here, $3.90 Bunker Hut. So just now after its biggest price today, Bunker Hut just looking to take a little bit of a risk with him, $3.90 there on a $3.80 NOP. Just trying to get a little bit out of his weight. The late bets for Silent Impact. He's the late firm. And a good go today for the two first numbers, Kabakiri and Age.
Best of luck, PC.
91 days, but 800 of those days were in a spelling pad.
I hope that works. I hope that works.
Here's Luke.
Race number 9. Off they go now. Pretty good start. Age of Sail, Kabakiri out the back. Bunker Hut, the favourite, left on terms with them. Louvois is breaking out of the pack. Also handy out wide there was Silent Impact. He's on the premises, and the Little Pumpers third the inside, followed by Bunker Hut. Behind those was Mogwai, High Blue Sea centre field, one off the fence around Age of Sail. Then Dazzle Legend, Kabakiri and Zondi ridden quietly. Front runner is the Little Pumper, so he kicks up on the inside at the 1,000. Hieronymus sitting hard against him, leading by 3/4 of a length on Louvois. Silent Impact gets a nice trail, as does Bunker Hut. He's just coiled up off the inside. Then Mogwai, Age of Sail, High Blue Sea, Kabakiri, Dazzle Legend, and Zondi is last. They're racing to the side, 600 metres to go. The Little Pumper shows out by 3/4. Louvois sitting at his girth. Bunker Hut just waiting on the out. Waddock's got hold of him. He's looking to break the run of seconds on the inside. He's just starting to be squeezed up now. Then Silent Impact, Age of Sail going okay.
Bring it in, baby.
In the straight, the Little Pumper led from Louvois. Bunker Hut giving his cue. He's going back near the inside. Kabakiri running on it. Silent Impact, Mogwai, then Age of Sail. Further back was High Blue Sea, but Kabakiri shot the gap on the inside. He darts through to hit the lead from Mogwai. Bunker Hut trying hard back behind them. High Blue Sea, Zondi late. It's Kabakiri. Mogwai, Zondi swooping. Here's a go. Zondi over the top. Zondi has
5.
ridden differently, did the trick. He launches home and wins from a photo. Mogwai, Kabakiri, Bunker Hut's close up.
5. John!
Blue Sea, Silent Impact failed to let down, followed by Louvois, the Little Pumper, and Dazzle Legend.
Zondi is going to get up and win this for Tyler Shelley, gives him a double for the day. The team horse, Zondi, off the back of that second at Randwick last start behind Inquiring Minds and a narrow defeat, will get up and grab Kabakiri right on the line. Mogwai is in there for third. Oh, maybe. Is he there for second? Kabakiri and Mogwai hitting the line locked together, and Bunker Hut backing behind them. Numbers are up. 6 Kabakiri gets second, Mogwai third, and 1 is run fourth, Bunker Hut. So it's 5, 6, 12 and 1. They've run 131, 73, 35, 74, Mick.
Yeah, good performance, wasn't it, from
That 7 got tailed.
His last couple of starts at Randwick, most recently finishing second behind Inquiring Minds. Today, he was ridden off the speed. He's come with a
Jockey's third win.
and
4 rides.
Who would have landed some nice bets from what we're...
Probably. That's a very, very nice observation. That's a very nice observation. That 7 they were talking about, but the 7 got tailed. It got agitated at the last moment. For some reason, it was not in the frame of mind. That 7 The 6 got through with the dev and this. So 12. What was with 12 now? Oh, there's a huge stuff going on. 700. Yeah. Why not 12? Everything is the 6, 8, and 9, and 10. So 10, 8, 9, and what was the other one? 1. That thing, just because of the people it got through and got fourth. there's no clarity. The 7 was good, but the 7 got tailed at the last moment. It changed the entire dynamics of the race. It changed the entire dynamics of the race because it got tailed. I mean, this is one thing that I have noticed, when the horse gets a little agitated, it is very difficult, especially if it is a gelding. A 4-year-old mare, you may still take a chance, but this one was a 6-year-old gelding getting tailed. It backfires every time. It backfires every time. It's a absolute disaster. Anyway, we'll go to the next. What's going on? Then huge scratching. 1, 4, 6. Nine, 10, 11. 14, 15. There's a very small field of 7 horses. So here is what I have. It's a It's like that. All of them are within the rails. 5 is the best with the handicapping, the lowest linear, the best fit. That is there. And the next advantage is 2. So 5 and 2 probably should give a queen. 5 and 2 should give a queen. 13 is from gate number 1, but unfortunately for 1100 meter, that weight, I don't know if that'll work to win. It's not in a winning position from anywhere, but 3 is in very good hands. So it's a neutral one, but it's in very good hands. It's better in handicapping as well. These two are almost the same thing, but this definitely is the best horse. The 5 is there, the 2 is with the advantage. This gate advantage will work. This gate advantage will work. Those are tailing gates. I'm going to go with a 5 and 2 queen if the horses are not getting tailed. 5 getting tailed may not be a problem, but 2 getting tailed will be a problem. Fab. Yeah, Fab, that was a difficult one. That was a difficult one.
Tried to slot in and then must have been calling because she had to come out again into a 3-wide spot, but eventually it worked out well. And with Emily's claim, 57.5, she's just been simply too good for them. The runner-up was Good Whiskey Dream. He moved up on the outside. Art by Concord, blue sleeves, red cap. He was actually travelling okay, but you can see Whiskey Dream with the white face on his outside shoves him back in and puts him off. And in the meantime, Emily going full bore for Torabella, and it's a 5-timer for the Tony Gollan stable.
5, it's extraordinary, isn't it? And 1 for the Huddies there as well. So what an absolute little ripper this lady is. Well done.
Yeah, she's really good filly. Jennifer's way on going, accepted in 2 races, the mile and 1400. But she's only give her a good ride. She was always going to be prominent. When she was able to tuck in and push that horse down to the fence, get some cover, 1 out, 1 back, it just looked her race to lose from that point on. So I was pleased to see her run out the mile as strongly as she did today, particularly on the big track like Eagle Farm.
6 from 10, it's quite the record, isn't it?
Oh, she's just developing such a beautiful mare. Like, she was a really immature filly as a younger horse and very scrawny and throwing her legs everywhere. But as she's matured and developed, she's a beautiful looking horse now. She's got a lovely pedigree and she's just a push button racehorse. So she's got a really good future out of her.
I think I've been at the races when you've had 5 before. Is 5 the most?
I don't think I've trained 5 in town on Saturday. I think 4. I'm not sure, but I think
maybe it was Wednesday.
Maybe I'm not sure. I don't think I've trained 5 on a Saturday before, so it's a good effort.
Outstanding effort. How many horses are you working at the moment?
90.
Well, Matt, you were very A for Matt's tone. Well done. But A for trainer. Super job.
Yeah, thanks, Brad. But big team effort with our crew. So I want to thank all the boys and girls that help us out every day.
Good job. All right, there is winning trainer Tony Gollan. That is 5. He's not finished yet. He's not finished yet. He's got more to come. Emily Lang joins us for a quick chat now. Well done. A beautiful ride. Just took the sit in behind the speed.
Yeah, she was great today on her best behaviour. She obviously can over-race at times, and it was going to be a bit tricky stepping up to the mile again, especially on a big track like Eagle Farm. But yeah, it was good to see her come back today relaxed, and she has such a good turn of foot. So yeah,
knows where that post is, doesn't she?
Yeah, she's beautiful, and I'm lucky to sort of get on this horse at Tony's now. So yeah, she's great.
Absolutely, well done.
Thanks, Manny.
Right, there she is, Emily Lang, Tony Gollan.
Avishai, Ascot, we are not doing, bro. And I'm not sure if they're showing Ascot here.
134.90 time at moment 35. 59, a dominant win. She wins by more than a length. All right, that's
that's it for the 8th. We've got 2 races still to come, but for now, we're off to a short break.
Well, uh, this one should play well. The only the only thing that can happen is if they eat up. If they play unfair, this will go upside down. Then anything is possible. Then that 8 can come in. Then that 19 can come in. But if they, I mean, that's how it is. The only possible way to put this thing upside down is by eating this thing up. Other than that, it looks perfect. This the only thing that we need to look at is none of these horses are getting tailed. If they get tailed, then there is nothing that we can do if they get agitated. Good thing is Mr. J. Ford is not here. Good thing is Mr. J. Ford is not here. It's in very good hands. 3 is in very good hands. But it is going to run neutral. Running neutral on an 1100 meter is a disadvantage.
Start.
Why there's no sound?
Up 250, solid favourite in front of Cosmonova and Eye of the Fire, and then South of India in that order. Around 250 for Spring Lean. Here they are for Harvey Norman. All you need in furniture, bedding, electrical, and technology. Eye of the Fire is where we start. Number 2, Shani. You can see it?
I can.
You
yes.
sure can. Mick, Jason, Comet, Nisha, Menard.
Yeah, you got off to a fast start this preparation with 2 really good wins. One at Canterbury first up, defeating Kirk Whalen, and then followed that up with a good win at Rosehill, defeating Flying Destiny. Hasn't been disgraced in his last couple, and we haven't seen him at the races since the 28th of December when finishing 4th behind Disneck. It's been pressured up here. Initially, I was a little bit worried about the barrier with all the scratching, so it doesn't really matter.
No, it doesn't. He's such a lovely horse to look at. He's still putting it all together. He doesn't know what it's all about, and he still does a few things wrong. I think last time out they wanted to get a little bit of cover for him, but he just couldn't. Maybe the drop back in trip here will certainly be able to see him obtain a little bit of cover, but condition-wise, he's in perfect nick, and he's going to continue onwards.
South of India and Europa, Ross McConville.
Yes, 10 starts for him for 5 wins. He's had 2 goes on soft tracks for 2 victories, and he's been pretty good of late. I thought he went well at Randwick 2 back when 5th behind Iona Merck only beat 2 lengths, and then last time out at Randwick again very brave, went 4th behind with your blessing. He'll get out and going up on top of the speed, and Europa's 3 kilo claim will offer some assistance.
He's a high rolling horse. He loves to get out there and bowl along and do his thing. I've said it every run. We haven't seen the best of him this time around, but maybe the soft surface will fancy his chances here this afternoon. He's really dynamic with a bit of give out of the ground. So in terms of the it's been great every time I've seen him. We just haven't seen it. We just haven't seen him produce his best for a while.
South of India, we'll have a look at. Now we move to Springley. He's the favourite. Number 5, Kieran McAvoy and Doomben.
Yeah, I think she's probably the best horse in the race. 10 starts, 4 wins and 4 minor placings. She may well be a little bit vulnerable here first up, despite the fact that she does have a good fresh start. She is on a rain-affected track. Her trial recently was quite good. She went to the front and did enough to defeat House of Cards and Tashi. Looked very unlucky first up last preparation. Here went second to Nosy Parker.
She's come back in beautiful order. I feel like she's thickened up somewhat actually, but her trials have been very sharp. She looks ready to go for this first up assignment. Yes, she's going to take improvement, but I think she's here to run well, and the market's suggesting.
Bundina, Zach Lloyd and John Thompson.
I want to be a little bit forgiving of his first up run, which saw him finish ninth there to Randwick behind Angel Fund. Was beaten around 5 lengths in the end, but had a pretty torrid run in transit. Was 3 wide, facing the breeze. He is a horse that can take a big leap forward second up. We've seen that 2 of his victories have come at that stage of the prep.
He's one of those horses that always takes a lot from racing, and if he gets fitter and fitter with each run that he has. But I do believe he presented quite forward first up. I didn't see him on that occasion, but he looks really well coming here. Absolutely no knocking him. I think we'll see an improved effort from him.
One Destiny, number 8, Tommy Berry on for Gary Nixon.
Not a noted fresh performer. Can sometimes take a run or two to really hit his straps. But one thing we do know about him is he loves rain-affected tracks. So he's got the perfect setup here today. He's got great tactical speed. I think he'll be right up there in the firing line early, and he'll be hard to chase down.
Absolutely, he loves the wet rain, and this rain is. I'm struggling, guys, but I'll get through it. He does love a wet track. I think
Man, it started raining.
Maybe not enough for him, but he'll certainly run well, and I could definitely see him finishing in amongst the places.
Well, start to head back in. Oakfield Juice.
This was a clear shot now. It started raining.
Strange things happen from time to time in these small fields. Finished 7th of 8 at Randwick when resuming over 1,100 metres behind with your blessing, but was only beaten 3 lengths. So he's another one that grows an extra leg on a wet track.
Indeed he is, yeah. He's really come into contention now with the wet surface. He's a grey that loves wet. His first up run was okay, but he's another one that I think will improve second up.
And Cosmonova, number 13, Reece Jones and Joe Pride.
There was a big tip around for her when she resumed there at Randwick on the 4th of January. Thought she had every chance from a soft draw. She darted through and came up just short. Went second behind with your blessing. I can only imagine that run will have brought her on. She's got an inside gate again here in the small field, so she should get a nice run in transit.
Well, I saw her when she went to Warwick Farm, and she was a late scratching. She was tuned up, ready to go on that occasion. She then had another trial before she went to Randwick first up, so I'm tipping she would have presented fairly forward on that occasion, and she looks absolutely spot on.
Okay, pick of the yard coming up in a moment. Joe Pride trains Cosmonova. Really good first.
Yusuf, it'll start now.
Lesser runs on heavy tracks. Some other mitigating circumstances that could have led to it.
It was a clear shot. It was a clear shot on 5-2. Now this thing becomes unstable because it started raining. Now what do you do? This was a clear shot. Man.
Mine's not a winner at all, so he's great. Picking over beautifully. We'll resume on February 15. Done a couple of trials, but he couldn't look any better.
So we're a month away from his first up run in that Apollo State.
Yeah, a month away. It's very exciting.
A couple of trials, 2.
Yep, definitely 2 trials. We need them. Fitness just to settle him down a little bit airborne at the moment. He's full of himself, feeling great, which you wouldn't want him any other way.
So how long's he been back in the stable?
7 weeks. Yeah, 7 or 8 weeks. So he's had a nice little grounding for it. He can go into a little bit soft trial, but it's not about, he doesn't need to be wound up yet. I don't want him wound up to where he's well off the carnival. It's just sort of getting into his feet slowly, but he looks fantastic.
Seen something different in him from spell to spell, but
really hard to judge horses like. So when I look at this horse, it's clearly one of the best horses in Australia. You start looking for the different right when they're like that. It's sort of like sometimes you see what you want to see, but if all the key indicators that I've got on him at the moment, I'm not a big data person, but all the key indicators, weight, the way he's working, everything else, tell me that he's a better horse. But he's entitled to be a better horse. Yeah. You know, he's a Tavistock. He's always going to get better with age. It's just exciting.
Yeah. And what the fork of the road will come after the very elegant when you decide whether you go Randwick or George Ryder.
That's right. And the weather will help us make that decision. And just his performances up to that date.
Good luck with him, Joe. Good luck with Cosmano.
Thank you.
Joe Pride, it's exciting coming up. I'll elaborate on that a little bit later. But he trials Wolf against Via Sistina. They appear in the same trial, the second trial, on Monday morning at Warwick Farm. Their trials that were transferred, Shani, and Wolf wasn't actually going to be in those set, but now they've been rescheduled. He appears at those Warwick Farm trials. So two of the best horses in the country, maybe the best two. Via Sistina and Wolf line up against each other in the trials on Monday at Warwick Farm. You'll see them all live on Sky Thoroughbred Central. Now to the last, Shani, you will pick of the yard.
Cosmanova, horse number 13. I think she looks great. I didn't see her first up. I saw her when she went to Warwick Farm. And unfortunately, she was scratched there, but she looks $1 million here. South of India, I thought he presented well, as did Eye of the Fire was another one that looked really good in the yard. But I'm going to go with Cosmanova.
Late night numbers in the last and going 5, 13, 12 and 2, putting Spring Lee on top. Not sure that this is the ideal setup for her, but I just think she's got a touch of class, and I thought she might be able to get away with this first up. We have had a heavy shower leading into this final event, so the track is going to be a little bit sticky. I would have probably preferred her on a firmer surface, but she does have pretty good fresh form. I think she'll just be given time to find her footing early, and hopefully she can get over the top of the play. Cosmanova's racing really well. Was brave in defeat behind With Your Blessing first up when finishing second there at Randwick. Inside gate here, you would imagine with Storm's speeds, 3 from 3 on soft tracks and 0 from 2 on packs. But I think she'll get through this surface today. 12 Oakfield Duke, I think, is the blowout at big odds. Best form from him is always on a wet surface, so he gets a nice setup.
I put 3 bets. 5-2, 5-3, and a 5-2-3.
Couple of defeats, 5, 13, 12 and 2.
Spring Lee pretty heavily backed here in the last. The money came not long after 9 a.m. this morning. They took $2.90, around about $3 as well. Got into as short as $2.40 around about 5 or 6 minutes or so ago. We just now got it back to $2.60. So keen to oppose his favourite weight, just resuming on a wet track. So that's $2.60 on a $2.45 NOP.
They just messed things up.
Today, as much as $5.50.
It's a desperate attempt, actually, on my side.
Was down a lot, $3.60 all the way out to 5, just a late trim up here to $4.60. South of India also firm, $7.50 into $5.50 at Bundina. Quite soft in bet against now out to double figures. We just raised that $2.60 now $2.70. So really keen to oppose his favourite late here, Spring Lee.
Okay, here's Luke for the last race, 10.
Set for action here. Race number 10, last at Rosehill. They're off. Cosmanova off the inside, jumped away okay. Spring Lee's about midfield, and One Destiny bounced down with enthusiasm. Being sooled up on the outside, South of India to head him off now. South of India sprints to the front. Bundina third, the outside of Cosmanova, then Spring Lee. Eye of the Fire next, and 2 lengths Oakfield Duke back last of all. South of India shows the way to the side, leading by 1 length on One Destiny. Bundina travelling boldly third, fourth the inside Cosmanova. Spring Lee tracks up nicely in fifth before the turn, then Eye of the Fire and Oakfield Duke. They're coming into the straight now. 3.75 to go. South of India from One Destiny, Bundina. Cosmanova's trying to get to the outside. Eye of the Fire saved a lot of ground. Spring Lee called upon it. It's South of India, 250 metres to go, still clear. 2 lengths Bundina, One Destiny. Spring Lee, Cosmanova lifting late, 100 metres out South of India, in front of a wall of horses. Is he going to cling on? Yes, he is. South of India runs them ragged, and Roper gets him home by a length and a half on a photo. Not sure there, Spring Lee. She appeared to have a chance.
I got one of the queens, definitely. I've got one of the queens.
Then came In behind them, Cosmonova, Oakfield, Duke, One Destiny.
South of India, Anna Roper, Ross McConville.
325, yes.
South of India. This is the horse who had that winning streak going of 5 in a row. But returned this prep and has been winless. Back in the winners list.
No, I did not get anything. I think I
South
lost
of India, by
all.
Churchill out of Minnesota. Anna Roper, 3 kilo claiming apprentice. A Saturday win for her.
I lost all. All my bets I lost.
South of India went out favourite last start. Today was very solid in betting. Starts about $6.50, Mick.
Yeah, he was very good today, wasn't he? He was able to find the top, well rated by Anna Roper. You could see he had a big kick in the locker turning for home, and you're looking back at the Chasing Brigade to see.
It had to be 3 and 5. I do not have a bet that's 3 and 2.
He's a real winner. Starts now for 6 wins, and he's now had 3 starts on soft tracks for 3 victories too. So
It just got messed up, Fap.
into the ground. Eye of the Fire was pretty good along the inside late, and Springley, I think that'll just top her off. But she wasn't
3 to 5 and 7.
in this afternoon, but she'll be better for the run.
7.
Ross McConville, South of India, back in the winners list today.
Yeah, he's had a bit of working out this horse, but part of found sleeping after all.
What have you been working out? Because he seemed to be going really well and he struggled those wins together.
He was. He's just really got to get to the lead and get by himself. I don't think he likes too many horses around.
It's just a moron thing. It's just a moron thing. I that was on my side. It was a mulish behavior. I went with 3 bets, man. All look at my bets. Five two. Oh no, 5-3-2, 5-3, and 5-2. I did not have anything that had 2 and 3. Anyway, that happened. We had one of those days. This how will you explain that? It started raining at the last moment. Started raining at the last moment. Anyway, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is it. We got this. I don't know, PC. I get very worked up. I don't know. This is absolutely mulish. Anyway, we had 10 races today here at Rosehill. That was the last one. But I'm going to be racing tomorrow again in one of the tracks. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit chat, and try to have some fun. And thank you so much for being there. John, thank you so much, my friend, for being there. PC, bro, I cannot thank you enough, but thank you so much for being there. Fab, thank you for joining in. Thank you so much for being there, my friend. Alexin, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for being there. Yusuf, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for being there. Avishai, thank you for being there, my friend. Tuna, thank you so much for being there. Frankie, thank you so much for being there. Lewis, my friend, thank you so much for being there. Anil, thank you so much for being there. Manuel, thank you so much for being there. Adaman, thank you so much for being there. Bob, thank you so much for being there. Manish, thank you for joining in. Thank you so much for being there. Avishai, I think Avishai is the same. But Avishai, thank you so much. Mr. Django, thank you so much. I think that is it. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll see you tomorrow. Yep. We need a bit of luck with the weather. And this track has been playing with us for a long time. This track has been playing with us for a long time. Every time we try and race here at Rosehill, it rains. It's something to do with the rain and this track, man. I don't know what, but anyway, I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much. Good night. And have a great day.